Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Michegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hello, my friends. Hello, and welcome. And thank you for being so patient with me today. I just had a million things that I had to get done before I got on here, and time management is not my greatest asset. Just put it that way. Time management is not my friend, especially today, especially when you have to deal with doctor's offices and schools, and you need to deal with them during the days and hours that they are open. And so here we are. Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. And thank you so much for coming to spend part of your day with me today. It's probably going to be a long one. We're still not anywhere near done with the defamation complaint of Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert against Karen Reed and Aiden Carney. And we're doing it the right way. They've hyperlinked so many footnotes to so much content for us that we need to look at it. We need to look at the actual content so we can see if what Aiden said, mostly Aiden, some of it, I guess, is Karen in the interviews that she gave. We haven't gotten to that yet. If what they said was defamatory. Or did Aiden Carney really believe that what he was saying and that the accusations that he was making and the things that he was saying about the plaintiffs were true? And one of the most difficult parts of this is that the burden in a defamation case is on the plaintiffs. And so the plaintiffs are going to need to prove that what he said is false. So how do you think, keep this in mind, how do you think that if he was calling them murderers or people who covered up a murder, how are they going to prove that that is not true? It's going to be very difficult to prove when Karen Reed was acquitted twice of hitting John O'Keefe with her car. It is also going to be very difficult to prove because the investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe was so inept, incompetent, maybe corrupt, maybe non-existent. Maybe there was confirmation bias. How are these people going to prove that they did not and could not have murdered John O'Keefe? Well, one way Colin Albert could prove it would be to give up his phone data and his location data and his Life 360 data and actual messages that can actually be authenticated to show that he was somewhere else at the time when it is alleged that John O'Keefe was murdered. That would be one way that he could prove that he's not responsible for it. Same thing with Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins testified to a bunch of stuff about what time he left 34 Fairview and how he had to leave because they were only serving beer and he doesn't like beer. He needed Jameson. And then he went to the Canton PD where we saw him skulking around on video that was never turned over until trial number 2 was hidden in a drawer somewhere by Michael Proctor, if you believe Judge Cannoni's decision in the motion to dismiss for failing to turn over exculpatory evidence. There was never an evidentiary hearing about that. Judge Cannoni just in her own mind decided that Michael Proctor hid all of that Sally Port video that was never turned over in a drawer somewhere. Right? What about other creators who build their streams on Turtleboy? They aren't they aren't being sued. Oh no, they're threatening. They're threatening lawsuits against just about everyone, in case you haven't seen it. So they are threatening lawsuits. And it's interesting because the way that that statement is written. Hold on. Did you guys send me that statement where they're threatening lawsuits? I think you did. Hold on. Let me just go to my email for a second. The way that it's written, I'm not sure who wrote it. I think it was Jennifer McCabe's best friend, Carrie Mama Lama, who posted it. But the way that it's written, it looks like it looks like it's a press release from the attorneys, and the attorney is quoted in there. But then it says, you know, the investigation's ongoing and we're looking for other people to sue, and anybody who keeps on talking about them may be sued. Let me just check my email real quick and see if somebody sent it to me, because I thought you did. Howie Carr wrote a whole book about them with their faces on the cover. No lawsuit there, says Crystal Justice. Hold on one second. And it is highly unethical for a lawyer to threaten litigation against anybody. But I don't know if the lawyer is the one who said that. Hold on one second. If I can find it, I will. All right, let's see. Hold, please. See, I get off on a tangent, and this is what I call falling into the rabbit hole. Okay, here it is. I'm not quite sure. I can't say who posted this originally, but this is what was posted out there. And I'm not sure if it's a press release. I'm not even sure what this purports to be or who wrote it, but I'm going to show it to you. Here we go. And then there's also a highlighted portion in there. I guess this was when they first filed their lawsuit. It looks like a press release. And it reads as follows. Witnesses filed defamation action against Karen Reed and blogger Aidan Carney. Make it a little bigger for you. 4 witnesses who testified publicly concerning the circumstances surrounding the death of slain Boston police officer John O'Keefe today filed a civil lawsuit alleging that Karen Reed and blogger Aidan Turtleboy Carney orchestrated a sweeping years-long campaign to falsely implicate them in Mr. O'Keefe's death in order to help Reed avoid responsibility for causing Mr. O'Keefe's death herself. In a complaint filed in Massachusetts Superior Court, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins allege that Reed and Carney worked hand in hand to construct and amplify a false narrative that the plaintiffs, not Reed, were responsible for O'Keefe's death and engaged in covering it up. Quote, and then it says, there's a quote. For years, we have done the right thing by assisting authorities in the hope that John's family would find justice and peace. As a result, we and our families have been subjected to relentless false accusations, harassment, and intimidation based on a deliberate campaign of lies. Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins said in a joint statement. So that's their statement. Oh, please. Quote, these lies have torn our community apart and caused immense suffering. We are bringing this lawsuit to hold the defendants accountable for what they have done to us, the O'Keefe family, and our community. Well, here's the thing. The O'Keefe family are not plaintiffs to this lawsuit. The community of Canton is not a plaintiff in this lawsuit. So is the reason for your lawsuit based on some high, altruistic, philanthropic motive for your whole community and for the O'Keefe family? We listened to some Canton Select Board meetings from all the way back in August of 2023. And the people of Canton were pretty pissed off about other things. And the only person who mentioned John O'Keefe's investigation was a woman by the name of Trish, who is now sitting on the Canton Select Board, praise be. The rest of the citizens who were angry and lashing out were not talking specifically about the John O'Keefe case. And so they were very angry about a lot of other things. We are bringing this lawsuit to hold the defendants accountable for what they've done to us, the O'Keefe family, and our community. In doing so, we hope to protect future witnesses from experiencing the devastation and cruelty that we have endured. Well, if everything is a lie, then you weren't a witness to anything. But the way that this could be construed is a warning to people. Don't come forward. Don't be a witness. Look what's going to happen to you. I don't see how that's going to bring your community together. And I think that your community also sees that the laws in Canton are selectively prosecuted. We've seen the text messages. We've seen the emails back and forth from Michael Morrissey's office to people in the Albert family. There was an email, remember, from David Traub to Julie, somebody. I guess we're going to find out who that is, in which they were asking for something to be done. And David Traub said on behalf of Michael Morrissey, oh, that's crazy. Michael Morrissey is right now taping the statement that you suggested, or something like that. I'm summarizing. Why did Helena Rafferty, the chief of police of Canton PD, all the way back in August 2023, when many of us had no idea who Karen Reed was, why was she in tears reading a statement in defense of Jennifer McCabe? Why was Michael Morrissey taping a video in his conference room with all of his legal books upside down and out of order that I call the hostage video? It wasn't a live press conference. It was a taped statement that it looked like somebody was holding a weapon at his head off camera, and he was reading from a script in which he mentioned that this needs to stop. All of these innocent witnesses, they did nothing wrong. Michael Proctor did not go to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2020. He did not plant tail light. Michael Morrissey mentioned in that 5-minute video statement Colin Albert's name more than he ever mentioned John O'Keefe's name. If you want all this to go to a jury, fine, it's going. If the case isn't dismissed in its entirety, and I think there are a couple of causes of action that will survive a motion to dismiss. But the Streisand effect is real. I'm now calling it the Afroman effect, because nobody would have known who these cops in Ohio were if they had not sued Afroman for making fun of them in videos about lemon pound cake and will you help me repair my door? And Randy Walters is a son of a biatch. And another one that was kind of dirty about Lisa, another police officer. And that video was vile, if you ask me. But the jury found in favor of Afroman, and he said what he was doing was not defamatory. He was found not liable. The plaintiffs lost. And now everyone knows who Lemon Pound Cake guy is. And then it says, there's another quote. Quote, our clients testified bravely and publicly because it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do. Adam Lally in trial number 1 called every single person who was, I think, at or near 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, and every single responder to the scene on January 29th, just about every single person. Hank Brennan tried the case much differently, and he only called from inside the house. Anybody more than Jennifer McCabe? So if you testified bravely and publicly because it was the right thing to do, even though you didn't witness anything, I'm sure if you said to Adam Lally, I don't want to testify, he would have said, okay. I don't need you. Because Hank Brennan didn't need any of them in trial number 2, right? Huh. The lawyer goes on to say, well, I'll start from the beginning. Our clients testified bravely and publicly because it was the right thing to do. When witnesses are abused and defamed simply for doing their civic duty, their lives are shattered and our entire justice system is put at risk. This lawsuit seeks to right those wrongs, said Chris Maddie, partner at Koskoff, and Beater, and co-counsel for the plaintiffs. Yes, it is true. Chris Maddie did represent, I don't know, some of the Sandy Hook plaintiffs against Alex Jones. That is a very, very, very different case. Yes, a jury did award something like $1.5 billion in damages to the plaintiffs in that case. However, my understanding is Alex Jones admitted that everything that he said was false when he said Sandy Hook was a conspiracy and made up and didn't really happen. Alex Jones defaulted on the lawsuit, didn't defend himself. The trial was only on damages, and they've never collected a dime on behalf of those plaintiffs. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me in the chat. I know that you will. Hold, please. And then this is not a quote. So this goes on. This is now in the voice of whoever wrote this statement. The complaint describes how the plaintiffs were thrust into the public spotlight as targets of hostility, facing harassment at their homes, workplaces, and even their children's events. The complaint alleges that the campaign led to relentless online abuse and in-person confrontations, forcing some to uproot their daily lives for safety, while Carney allegedly continued to reap significant profits from the platforms he used to spread these lies. Well, that's the same thing that they said about Afroman, because when they executed a search warrant on Afroman's property and he wasn't home, and they banged his door down and they broke his gate and they tore his house apart, and he asked them, and they stole money from him, and he alleges they didn't give $400 of it back. And he asked for his $400 back, and also to see if they could help repair his gate and door, and they didn't want to. He made videos about it, and he used this surveillance video from inside his home to show exactly what happened and to ask people to donate money to help him fix his gate and door. His videos went viral. And yes, people bought shirts, they bought merch. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's called capitalism. So when the cops sued Afroman, they wanted all the profits from his viral videos and his merch. And the jury didn't buy it. Important to point out also, the judge in that Afroman case awarded litigation costs. He ordered that litigation costs had to be split between the plaintiffs and Afroman, even though Afroman won. Typically, loser pays. The plaintiff should be paying costs, not Afroman. He did just file a notice of appeal on that yesterday. So I guess Afroman is still going to be out there. We're not going to stop talking about it. We're going to keep covering it. Oh, DBFR. Did I see you trashing me in Lana's chat? Or is that a different person with the same name? The Adams County Sheriff's officers were public figures acting in their official capacity. That's true. And they sued him. Correct. Is that you or is that somebody else with your same exact name? Just let me know. I mean, are you out over there now supporting the House defendants or just trashing me or nothing gets by me? The complaint describes how the plaintiffs were thrust into the public spotlight as targets of hostility, facing harassment at their homes, workplaces, and even their children's events. We did a poll the other day on here, and the question was, because they're trying to blame Turtleboy for all of this public outlash against them, and we did a poll, and we got something like almost 3,000 votes. Let me see if I can find the results. Here it is. We got almost 3,000 votes because I wanted to know, did you guys hear about Karen Reed from Turtleboy? Is it Turtleboy bad? Turtleboy bad? He's the one who caused all this? Or did you watch the trials? Did you watch other people go over the pleadings? And did you make your own opinions? Did you do your own opinions? Are those your own, these your own opinions about these people? Or is it Turtleboy bad and you're a cult member and you believe everything he says? So the poll was, how did you learn about the Karen Reed case? From Turtleboy or some other way? And we got 2,900 votes. 73% said they learned about the Karen Reed case some other way. Yeah, let's not mention that person's name. But yeah, that's true. 27% learned about it from Turtleboy. And so I think that's a good sampling. I'm going to have to put, that is a blocked word in here. People are saying we watched both trials. That was enough. The complaint alleges that the campaign led to relentless online abuse and in-person confrontations, forcing some to uproot their daily lives for safety, while Carney allegedly continued to reap significant profits from the platforms he used to spread these lies. Quote, and here's the lawyer's quote, a different lawyer's quote. The plaintiffs our clients stayed silent for years in the face of physical confrontation, harassment, and a barrage of verbal attacks. We're proud to continue representing these witnesses in this new action and assist their mission to reclaim their reputations, said Jim Tuxbury, partner at Hinckley, Allen and Snyder and co-counsel for the plaintiffs. And then this next paragraph is not in quotes. And so I don't know if this is something that the attorney told them to write in their statement. I don't know if the attorney is the one threatening this, but here's the important part. The plaintiff's investigation is ongoing, and any other third parties engaged in defamatory conduct may be subject to a future lawsuit. I mean, it sounds like a threat to me. Many of us who have been speaking out about the Karen Reed case by doing our own work and our own due diligence and our own reading of court documents to you, the audience, came to our own opinions. And my opinion has been from the beginning and remains to this day. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. A car did not hit John O'Keefe because medicine, injuries, physics, science, and my more than 3 decades of experience as a plaintiff's lawyer. Something else happened to John O'Keefe, in my opinion, but he was not hit by a car. I don't know if it was an accident. I don't know if it was an assault. I don't know if he fell down outside the pool because he went to take a leak in the backyard. at 34 Fairview and the dog was out and the dog jumped on him, or he fell down and smacked his head and then the dog was trying to rescue him and grabbed him by the arm. And then later on at night, when somebody went to let the dog in, they saw John there and said, oh my God, what are we going to do? I don't know what happened. But the man was not hit by a car. And the investigation was so piss poor that it is likely that we will never find out what happened to John O'Keefe. And that's the real tragedy here. But when you go around trying to threaten people and stifle their free speech because you don't want people talking about you, sometimes the opposite is true. And all we're doing here is reading your complaint and hyperlinking to everything that you've put in a footnote, so we can see the grand campaign that you're talking about. And at this point in the complaint, we're only on paragraph what, 78? We're only on page 22 of 50. And I've yet to see the defamation part of this. Noni's Treasure House says the family should be suing the police for a poor police investigation if you truly wanted justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Queen Curls Creative says, rehome dog tries to save police. And many of you in the chat are chiming in about when you started watching Turtleboy, if ever you started watching Turtleboy. But that sounds to me like a threat. All my fellow law tubers have been threatened on the daily about this. You better shut up. You better shut up or they're going to sue you too. I haven't said anything defamatory. Moving on. The lawsuit brings claims including defamation, civil conspiracy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, among others. The plaintiffs are represented by law firms Hinckley, Allen, and Snyder, and Koskoff, and Peter. Well, if they're claiming intentional infliction of emotional distress, I hope they have medical records to back that up, because you have to prove damages in a case like this. And then it says about Koskoff, and Beater, PC. Koskoff, and Beater, based in Connecticut, is a nationally recognized law firm that has achieved landmark verdicts and settlements in cases involving defamation, medical malpractice, civil rights violations, dangerous products, governmental negligence, and catastrophic personal injury. The firm is committed to fighting for justice on behalf of individuals and families harmed by preventable wrongdoing. Okay, they're a big plaintiffs firm. That's great. Plaintiffs firms take cases on contingency 99.99999% of the time. Is Chris Maddie doing this on contingency? Did he watch the trials? Did he think that Karen Reed and Aiden Carney were going to just default and roll over? No, they're not. They're going to fight this tooth and nail. Did the Haas defendants have to raise money to pay them a retainer to get them interested in this? I don't know. And then it says Hinckley, Allen, and Snyder, LLP, is a full-service law firm dedicated to delivering exceptional results for its clients, with more than 170 attorneys across offices in Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, and Rhode Island. The firm represents leading regional, national, and global businesses in their most critical legal and business matters. Since 1906, Hinckley Allen has played a vital role in shaping the landscape of law, business, government, and community engagement. Learn more at hinkleyallen.com. So the way that this is drafted, I mean, considering it has all of this information about the law firms at the bottom of the page, it appears to have been drafted by a law firm, but a law firm never would have put this paragraph in there. The plaintiff's investigation is ongoing, and any other third parties engaged in defamatory conduct may be subject to a future lawsuit, because that's a threat of litigation, and that is one of the basics of the code of professional responsibility that every lawyer must adhere to. Code of ethics. So it's wild to me if an attorney wrote that. That's what makes me think it was not written by an attorney. But if it was, it's problematic. All right, moving on. Quote of the day sent to me by Little Cupcake, which I think is fantastic. It's a proverb. And very timely. Do you think it's AI generated? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't like AI. AI is destroying the planet. Thank me later. Ready? This is a proverb. And it's called Care in Choosing Friends. Do not invite everyone into your home, for many are the tricks of the crafty. Like a decoy partridge in a cage, so is the mind of the proud. And like spies, they observe your weakness. For they lie in wait, turning good into evil. And to worthy actions, they attach blame. From a spark, many coals are kindled, and a sinner lies in wait to shed blood. Beware of scoundrels, for they devise evil, and they may ruin your reputation forever. Receive strangers into your home, and they will stir up trouble for you, and will make you a stranger to your own family. What do you think? I mean, thank you guys for sending me all the love that Kelly Reed received on the cesspool of Twitter yesterday, because nobody helped the team in Karen Reed's both trials more than Kelly Reed. We all know it. And that was nice to see. So thank you to all of you who felt, strong enough to do that. It's revolting what's going on out there. We're just here reading the court papers. All right, everyone loves Kelly Reed, I know. Okay, another important thing to point out is that when I pulled up exhibit or footnote 32, which was the Aussie Insider video, part of which we watched yesterday, I was in no way, shape, or form trashing Aussie Insider. I like her a lot. I think she does a great job. It's a footnote in the complaint, and the portion of it in which this new villain, Jason Broyles, who used to be a hardcore turtle rider and then turned at some point, that's where my interest lay in that video. So I think it was misconstrued a bit. Ozzy said that she didn't feel comfortable interviewing Aiden, and so she brought Jason Broyles on to do it. And I think that Ozzy needs to give herself some more credit, because I think she would have done a great interview on her own. Hold, please. Wait a second. Can I unpin that comment? Hold on a second. I need to unpin that comment. Is it still pinned for you guys? The one that said that I was going to be late? Because right now it's not showing up on my screen. I don't know. I can't find it. Oh, maybe I have to go into YouTube. Hold on 1 second. Hold, please. Tell me who you think wrote that statement. Oh, you can dismiss it? Yeah, I can unpin it too. Oh, by the way, the show that I did last night, that was literally probably my shortest show ever, at like an hour and 15 minutes, on David and the new charges against David. Totally stricken as unfriendly to advertisers. So it will be shadow banned, which means nobody's going to see it. So if you guys still want to cover that case, let me know. but the horrific and gruesome nature of the crimes allegedly committed by David. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Are not friendly to YouTube at all. So if you want to introduce other people to it, you could share it out. You could hype it. You could do whatever you want. But it's a problem when, it gets shadow banned. It just doesn't get shown to people. It doesn't come out in their feed. Thank you, Karen, very much for your compliment. I'll take it. Karen DePasquale, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Mama Rico says, please hit the like and subscribe for Melanie. She makes her days brighter. Oh, that's very sweet. Thanks for being here for 8 months. On top, thank you for your super sticker. CLK staff, you can see it from across the pond, says, I think the hyperlinks are better for Turtleboy. Look better for Turtleboy. Thank you for your super chat. Charlie says, Discovery will be wild. Yep. All the way from down under. And as Alan Jackson says, Charlie says, do it. Chandra says, I first learned of the case from news stations who leaned the narrative towards Karen being a jealous, angry, jilted lover who drunkenly ran over her cop boyfriend. It was trial 2. It was 2 trials that set me straight. Thank you, Chandra, for your super chat. This is a worldwide story now. If you are tuning in from somewhere outside of the United States, tell us in the chat where you're watching from, and you'll see how many people outside the United States are interested in this case. So it's not just nationwide. It's not just a local Massachusetts story. It is a worldwide story. Worldwide story. So we did watch a little bit of the Aussie Insider interview. We weren't quite done yet with it. Do you want to go back and watch some more of it? There was a really awkward, weird part of it where Jason asked Turtleboy what his favorite position was in the bedroom as such. That was wild. People are like, yeah, not really. Okay, so trust me on that. You can go back there and find it if you choose. And so we will move on. That was footnote 32, and it was quoted. We'll start at the beginning of that paragraph. Carney publicly defends this corrupt business model by explaining, well, it's capitalism. If he creates a service that people think is worth giving their hard-earned money to, that's capitalism. That's their choice. He claims that people want to give him money. People want to buy Turtle Club subscriptions. People want to buy stuff from the store. Footnote 32, and that is where the Aussie video came in. And that was an interview from July 18th of 2025. We watched a portion of it. You guys can go back and watch the whole thing if you like. In coordination with Reed and at her behest, Carney spread elaborate and false narratives about the plaintiffs because doing so attracted attention, personal notoriety, and a buying audience. He deliberately stokes social anxiety and political discord in his listeners because distrusting government and cultural tribalism motivates those listeners to buy his products. Or he felt that a woman was being wrongfully persecuted, that the law enforcement involved in investigating the murder of a Boston police officer were corrupt, that they planted evidence, and that he wanted to try to get to the bottom of it like, old school journalists used to do back in the day of, 60 Minutes, where they would knock on doors and ask questions. So he says, again, no lies detected. The U.S. is a capitalistic society. The entire U.S. Constitution is built on capitalism and a free market. Right. Carney also sought production and movie deals to further monetize his highly public defamation and harassment campaign against the plaintiffs. Again, you are going to need to prove that you did not have any involvement in the murder of John O'Keefe. The burden of proof is on you. How do you think that they're going to do that? 2 juries found that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. What evidence? It's very hard to prove a negative. What evidence do you have that you did not have any involvement in either the death or the cover-up of the death of John O'Keefe? It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. On July 1, 2023, just 3 months after Carney began working with Reed to disseminate her false claims and harass witnesses, Carney reported to Jackson that he had received an offer for a Karen Reed documentary from B-17 Entertainment, California production company. Okay. People make movie deals all the time. And there's no footnote to that. So I don't know where they got that information from. I suppose it's in the newly released full phone extraction of Aidan Carney, maybe somewhere. I don't know. They don't cite it to a footnote, so we don't know. D, the trial of Karen Reed. And by the way, isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe, Kate Peter, and some other people on the Haas defendant side are doing something with Netflix and or some other company? I believe that Kate Peter, aka Mafia Masshole, has spoken at length about that. What if anything says, wait, didn't they seek out a movie deal? Yeah, they did. Not a crime for them to do it either. D, the trial of Karen Reed. Reed's first trial began with jury selection on April 16th of 2024. Carney took to his live stream on April 17th and wondered if they can find jurors that aren't tainted already because Turtleboy is everywhere. Footnote 33. Turtleboy Live, episode 655. But again, they don't tell us what timestamp it's at. This is episode 655, Karen Reed case, witness list and juror selection. And it's 2.5 hours long. He proceeded to claim that they can't find a jury in the United States of America anywhere, any country, anywhere, because Turtleboy is too big. Okay, let's see. And look, I mean, if this gets to a jury, they're going to get to see the whole context of this. Is it satirical? Is it a joke? Is he actually saying that he tainted the jury pool? See if we can find the exact part in the video where he allegedly says this. Tainted, let's see, tainted. Do you think a judge is going to go through this and like and watch 2.5 hours? I'm going to find it right now. Got it. Oh, we're going to watch the beginning of this because he talks about Jennifer Coffendoffer's tweets. Hold on. Oh, please. All right, here we go. Episode 655 from April 17th, 2024. This is when jury selection began, or the day after jury selection began. And this is Aiden's show from that day, April 17th. Let me know that you can hear it. All right. Blanket trigger warning, because you know Aiden does curse on his show. So put the earmuffs on your kids if you need to. Here we go.
But let me pull up a burner account here and just read a Kofin Daver tweet that just had me dying today. You guys got to see this Kofin Daver tweet. I can't.
Jennifer. He's talking about Jennifer Coffindoffer. She's a talking head on many news stations. She is the one who tried to shame me when I went on Court TV twice in January 2024 by telling me or telling the world that she thought that my opinion was garbage because there's no way in hell that John O'Keefe's arm reflected anything close to an animal attack. So if you don't know who she is, that's who she is. She's still, and she says she actually is like former FBI. Okay, here we go.
Because that miserable hag has me blocked. But let me pull up Kofin Daver. Kofin Doofus. Who, by the way, is losing in Ratchet Madness right now to Auntie Bev, which is a shame because I voted for Kofin Daver. All right. So this is an actual tweet, which you gotta read this. Wait. Oh my God. Kofin Daver shared a picture of a fucking kid outside of this really nice kid who, by the way, made me this thing. Look at this thing. This kid he's a young turtle rider, 10 years old. Came down the last 2 days with his parents to support Karen Reed, and he made this for me. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that sweet? So yeah, thank you very much.
It's like a little turtle.
Okay. So this.
Oh, is that the young boy with the crones? I met him too. Oh, Gigi, thank you so much for gifting 5. Thank you so much. All right. So Coffindoffer thinks it's okay to post children's pictures, right? I mean, okay, cool.
This is what she writes today. Okay. Wait. Justice for John O'Keefe. She really cares. The jury questionnaire was disseminated. Like, this was the big scandal today. The jury questionnaire got disseminated. It's on mass court. It's also on mass courts. It was disseminated by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. They disseminated it for the world to see. Anyone could see the jury questionnaire. Pink being warned. This is what she's number 2 thing she's upset about. Pink being warned as a direct in-your-face statement to Judge Cannoni's order. Just to be clear about this, we can't wear free Karen Reed stuff or anything like that. We're not allowed to wear it anywhere near the courthouse on land that she doesn't own and really should have no control over. So we're like, okay, fine. We'll just wear the same color, pink. And she saw that Karen Reed was the one that suggested that, and she got real mad about it. She posted about the other day, can you believe she's doing this? She's evil, this woman. Evil. Saying everyone should wear pink. How dare she? And you're allowed to do that, by the way. You're allowed to wear the same color as other people. I don't know if she should. If she wants to outlaw that, then we can just pick another color. Purple, green. We got the whole bunch of colors we can choose from on the spectrum. Okay. So it's just like, I mean, would she prefer it be black like her soul? Is that what she would like, Kofin Daver? I'm sorry, you can't be miserable as you. And I thought it was a nice choice, pink. I think we all look good in pink. So pink, she's like so mad about the fact that we're wearing pink. They hate the fact that they can't silence us, that we're a united group, that we mean, like we're here to support justice, man. Actual justice for John O'Keefe, not the fake justice like they support. The fake justice for John O'Keefe is when you want to prosecute Karen Reed, who is clearly innocent, because it's a waste of everyone's time. And you can prosecute an innocent person if you want, but it's not going to give anyone justice ever. And then she said, some of the mob pulling their kids out of school to be part of the mob. Tell me you're not from around here without telling me you're not from around here. I mean, pulling your kid, bitch, it's April vacation. Anyone who's ever spent time in Massachusetts knows that kids get a week off in the middle of April. Everyone knows that. Everyone. And then it says the continued pageantry inspired stroll of the defendant. She hates that Karen Reed is confident and smiling. She hates that. Good. I hope it fucking burns, Jennifer Coffin-Dafer. I hope Karen Reed's positivity and beautiful smile eats at your miserable, dark soul. You sad, pathetic, menopausal monster. That's what you are. And do something with that hair, girl, because it ain't working out for you. You sound like a retarded stepchild when you get on TV and you talk like this, and they don't know why the evidence is like this, but they don't know why. And the O'Keefes were at the D&E pizza shop today, and they were eating pizza there, and they support this. Oh, shut up. Oh my God. Oh, just a miserable, disgusting, soulless, vapid twat, Jennifer Coffin doofus.
Tell us how you really feel.
Oh, this is the most miserable tweet I've ever read in my life. And I can't even share it because that hag blocked me. Again, she's mad about the jury questionnaire being disseminated, which is, I love that, which is, it was public. You're allowed to disseminate public shit. She's mad that we're wearing pink because they've banned wearing things, and so we're just wearing a color. She don't like that. She doesn't like that children are there. That children are there. That upsets her because she thinks they're being pulled out of school. She's too stupid to know that April vacation is a thing. And that the defendant is not sad. They liked sad Karen Reed. Well, guess what? She ain't sad anymore, motherfucker. Because we're out there supporting her. That's why she's not sad. And by the way, not to brag or anything, but this whole Karen Reed is mad at Turtleboy thing. Yeah, it got a big, big smile there from Karen Reed at the end. I don't know if you guys saw that. We're pretty cool. I don't know if you guys know this. All right. And yeah, trust me. Anyway, she goes like, this is the murder trial of a police officer. Still seems more like a circus. Might I introduce you to this gentleman named Grant Smith Ellis? Okay. Speaking of circus, he tends to turn the post-court press conferences into them. I'm shaking my head, wondering if they can find jurors that aren't tainted already. You can find jurors that aren't tainted already, but the problem is when you
this is the part they mentioned in the lawsuit,
introduce any 12 people to the facts of this case, they are going to immediately know that this woman is innocent. Like, you can't, the facts are tainted, I guess, in that, like, in and of themselves, they are all exculpatory to Karen Reed, all of them, literally everything. And we're going to go over some of that. And so, no, you can't. And, he tainted a jury pool. Well, then pick a jury from Worcester County. Nope, that's not going to work either. Bristol County. Nope, that's not going to. They read Turtleboy there too. Turtleboy's everywhere, Jennifer Coffin-Dafer, and there's nothing you can do about it. We win. You lose. Good guys win. We're going to get justice.
Anybody hear anything about Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, or Brian Albert in these statements? Anybody hear any defamation there? Are they directed at the plaintiffs at all? He's talking to Jennifer Coffin-Dafer.
Spent the last year. Today is April 17th. April 17th, right around this time, 9:15, I was knee deep in Canton. I started writing about this I made a post around 6:30 that I was like knee deep in this shit, right? And I think I started writing about it around 3. I'm like, holy shit, I'm going through all the documents. Oh my God, the story's crazy. This is wild. And I was up until 3:30 that night, right? 3:30 that night, right? Yeah, you can go all the way to Berkshire County. Like I said, the jury there is going to free Karen Reed too, okay? We're all going to free Karen Reed. You can't find a jury in the United States of America, anywhere, any county, anywhere. Turtleboy's too big. Can't do it. But it doesn't matter because the facts are on our side. But anyway, what was I saying? I forget what I was saying.
And so there you go. He said it. And you know what? He was right. He was right. She was acquitted. Sorry. Not sorry. He told us there how much work he did on this case, how much research he did on this case, how he looked at everything. And he came to his own opinions and his own conclusions. Right. He proceeded to claim that they can't find a jury in the United States of America anywhere, any county, anywhere, because Turtleboy's too big. Again, go back to my poll. 79% said they never heard of Turtleboy when they started following Karen Reed. On April 20th, 2024, Carney interviewed an excused juror who had previously engaged with his content and had been a member of his Facebook group. Footnote 34, which says, go back to footnote 29, which is wrong because it's not footnote 29, because I just had to look for it while you guys were watching that. It's actually footnote 30, so we're going to look at it. So that's a wrong citation. She explained that when she arrived for jury duty, she saw Free Karen Reed signs all along the street and people wearing pink in support of Reed, and that she could hear the protesters inside the courthouse. She also said that everyone in the room said that they had previously heard about the case. Okay. Is it because of Turtleboy, or did you find out some other way? We did a poll on it. Nobody paid people to go to court and show up in pink shirts, although that's what they want you to believe. But which is it? Is it that Turtleboy incited all of these people to go do that, or they were paid? They were paid. During the same live stream, Carney played a clip covering the courthouse from Court TV. He proceeded to verbally attack the host, who expressed dissatisfaction with the conduct of Carney and his followers, claiming it was disgraceful for them to harass the O'Keefe family. Carney said, referring to McCabe, you know what's disgraceful, Julie Grant? I'll tell you what's really disgraceful is when somebody who Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. because they wanted to make sure, or they wanted to see and find out how long it would take for John O'Keefe to die in the snow. When a person like that shows up with the O'Keefe family and rubs their shoulders and starts a support group called Peggy's Angels, that's disgusting. Carney went on to say that McCabe is sick and sadistic and twisted, and that he has nothing but hatred to her, as I should, because I'm normal. I'm a rational person. Any rational person hates Jennifer McCabe and is disgusted by her because Jennifer McCabe is a pig. She's a pig. She's a cop-killing pig. He proceeded to mock the Court TV host again, saying she supports a pig. She supports a cop-killing pig like Jennifer McCabe, who Googled how long to die in the cold. Okay, well, you asked for it. We're going back to it, even though we had to find the correct footnote ourselves. Let's listen to him talk about, this is an unfortunate shirt that he's wearing. It's like a pink ruffled tuxedo shirt. It looks like a prom shirt from the 80s. Hilarious. Okay. He's first going to talk about his interview with the dismissed juror. So many of you are saying, and somebody of you were commenting on the first two parts of this that I did and said, this is a great chronology of all of the stuff that happened outside of court that many of us were not aware of. Here's Ruth. Ruth says, I know the Karen Reed case from Dana Polling. Love Dana. Then I stumbled on DUI guy and I watched all his Karen Reed coverage. I heard a Turtleboy afterwards. Right. Again, his opinion, not statements of fact. Let's hear what his talk with the dismissed juror was about. Here we go.
So I saw in the group, and she seems willing to talk. So I saw in the juror coming on here.
Here we go.
All right, so supposed to have a juror coming on here, juror 172. So I saw in the group, and she seems willing to talk. So I saw in the justice group this woman posting. Her name was, I believe, Stephanie, and she said that she was a juror the other day, juror 172, and that she got called up, and she seemed willing to talk about it, right? So let's talk. Let's talk. So I messaged her. And because I noticed she had been on the justice group before and posting and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay. So I messaged her. Turns out I've written about her before. Nothing bad. It was just like a throwaway comment one time. She left a comment and I screenshotted it and I don't remember. I don't even remember but if you want me to take it down, I'll take it down. She didn't seem to think it was a big deal. But she says she wants to come on and talk about the case or talk about her experience.
You guys are telling me that this shirt was a joke, but I totally thought that too. It's like the puffy shirt from Seinfeld.
And she's got a toddler at home. So she's talking about that. But like she goes, this is what she said to me. She said she wants to talk about what the courtroom vibe was like. I think she's here already. Okay, so I'm going to bring Stephanie on now. We're going to just talk about her now. She's an excused juror. So obviously she was not seated or else she would not be coming up here. So I'm going to bring Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for coming on.
No problem.
So have you been following this case the whole time?
No, I actually heard about this case because a coworker of mine sent me a Facebook request. And then as soon as I accepted the Facebook request, they also sent me an invitation to this group. So I had heard about the case, when it first probably was in the news. And then I just thought, oh, what a sad story, tragic accident. And then I just kind of went on about my life until my friend sent me that link to the group.
Just like all of us. What a tragic accident. They said they had ring camera footage of Karen Reed hitting John with the car. They didn't have it. It never materialized. And that didn't stop them all the mainstream media from running with it, right? Of course, right?
Excellent. So, and it's now, did you have an opinion about this when you got sent the jury summons? Had you already formulated an opinion about what you thought about Karen Reed's guilt or innocence?
Well, when I got my summons, I honestly didn't put two and two together.
Oh, you didn't?
No,
it
wasn't until Nick posted something in the group about like the trial dates, and I actually posted an anonymous, post wondering like what the upcoming trial dates were, because that's when I realized, probably like 2 weeks before my actual date, that it could have been Karen Reed's trial.
Oh, okay. And so it was on the 17th you had jury duty, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you realize, oh shit, I'm in this group. I've been following this story for a couple months now, right? You've been following this and
so like probably since November of 2023.
Okay. And do you feel like you know the story pretty well at this point? Like you understand it?
Yeah, I understand it. There's a lot of characters that are involved in it. So, there's a lot of court documents. I'm not that deep into it where I'm able to name everybody and I'm not scouring through court documents, but I've definitely, as I described to the judge when she was asking me questions, I've heard and read things that made me think, that's fishy, or that sounds unusual for, investigation.
And you said, well, all right, so tell me, how does the day work? You go across the street at the Registry of Deeds. Did you fill out the form there?
I actually filled it out at my house. They had us either bring it, but you could fill it out there. The standard questionnaire.
I'm talking about the questionnaire for this case.
Okay. Yeah, you fill it out there. So once you're at the Registry of Deeds, you kind of go through their little video, and then they bring you across the street, and then you fill it out when you're actually in the courtroom after you've already spoke to the judge.
So let's talk about that. So you're crossing the street there. Did you see protesters? Like, did you feel like there was a vibe there of a free Karen Reed vibe there?
So I actually live in Norwood,
Okay.
and I went through kind of Westwood, and then I drove up Court Street. So I immediately saw, like the orange cones and the signage, and I saw the media presence, the police presence, and it was just really intense just driving there, because it was just so, for me anyway, it just seemed like a lot for a court case. And I had never really been to jury duty before. That was my first time. So I really didn't know what to expect.
Yeah. It's not like this usually.
But that answers my question about Norwood being in Norfolk County, because one of the plaintiffs in this case lives in Norwood. So that is Norfolk County. Emily pointing out that, and she didn't end up on the jury. So it's almost like the process worked, right? Those jurors were vetted. Somebody says here, Karen says, Dan Bongino reported that there was video of a woman hitting her boyfriend cop with her SUV. That was just a week or two after it happened. If anybody has a clip of that, I would love to see it. Fanbase@mlittlelaw.com is my email. It is my only email. Fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. I would love to see that if it's still out there on YouTube somewhere. Thank you. Here we go. It's Suffolk County, Norwood. Why'd she get a Norfolk County jury summons? All right, moving on. It is Norfolk County, right? Why is somebody saying it's Suffolk County? Moving on.
I saw free
That's
Karen
Norfolk.
Reed signs driving, up Court Street. I saw people wearing pink. I already knew about all that stuff because I'm in the group, obviously. So I knew what it was for, but I'd imagine anybody who doesn't would probably be wondering what the heck is going
Thank
on.
you.
Yeah. So like but could the jurors see or hear protesters at all, like when they cross the street? Was there anything like that?
So when you're crossing the street to the main court, no, but you still hear, people saying, free Karen Reed, and you can hear the honks from the cars driving by. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very obvious. Okay.
Very
so
obvious.
If they attempted to silence us, it doesn't look like it worked. Now, like obviously that I don't think that would actually affect a single juror walking. Did anybody talk about this? Was anybody?
Yeah, it was actually. So I was walking across the street with this one girl who said to me quietly, "This seems really unusual for a court case. I wonder if this is for whose court date is today." So I knew she was, referring to Karen Reed case.
Yeah.
And then when we were in the courtroom and you have to hold up your cards, they're saying, "Has anybody ever heard of this case before?" Pretty much everybody held up their card except for her. And I'm sitting there and I'm next to her and I'm like, "I know you know about this case. We just had a conversation walking across the street about it."
Get out of here.
So it was obvious to me that there were people in there that were like a little apprehensive about admitting that they knew about it. And even me, like when I was talking to the judge, she was, asking if I've heard of the case. I said, yes. She asked where. I said social media. She wanted to know if I'm a part of groups, if I make comments, what are my thoughts on like people's comments on social media.
Auntie Bev asked this stuff to you?
Oh yeah. Like her whole questioning me was primarily all about social media and like how long I've followed the case. And if, she did ask the same thing, like, were you able to see protesters on your way in here?
This is all very interesting because the judge was vetting the jury very carefully. And she was disqualifying people for cause for having read too much about it on social media, right? So the voir dire process worked. This juror was excused.
Why the buffer zone is here and sort of, those kind of questions.
Did she ask you about Turtleboy at all? Did that come up?
No, she never mentioned your name.
Okay, no, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at this point. They can't stop talking about it. And when she
if they thought that sorry about that freeze frame.
asking these questions,
if they thought that he was such a horrible influence on the jury and that the jury would be so tainted because of Turtleboy, why didn't they specifically ask about Turtleboy? That's a great question.
were Adam Lally and Karen's attorney standing right next to you?
Yeah, so that was the most intimidating part of the whole process. When they bring you up and they call your number, they basically swarm you, kind of like vultures, like circling you. And I'm just hyper focused on, what's her name, Judge Canoni. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
And she's looking down at me because she's in her little judge box and asking me all these questions. And then she asked me to turn and face the Commonwealth, and I turned and faced Karen Reed. I'm looking right at I think it was Alan Jackson.
Yep.
And then she's like, nope, turn around. And then I, faced Lally, and he's right there. And he asked me a question again about social media. And I was just so like intimidated by the whole process. I honestly don't even remember what he asked me or what my response was. he only asked me one question. And then Alan Jackson asked me, he just said, I have no questions.
Oh, yeah. So the defense had no questions for you.
Yeah. No questions for me,
So
just the Commonwealth and judge. Yeah.
They didn't want to know about like what you thought about like criminal justice at all, or, what do you do for work? Did they ask you, like, are you available? Okay.
So I thought that was odd because the initial like form that you fill out for jury duty was, it asked, am I married? What's my husband's name? Where does he work? And how old he is. And I'm like, why do you guys need to know how old my husband is? What does that have anything to do with anything? So I was already like just annoyed by that question. And then, when you're filling out the form in there, the first thing she asked me when I went up there was, about my job and like my busy schedule and the fact that I'm a mom. And she said, do you really think you'd be able to come into this case Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full days, Tuesday, Thursday, half days? And my response was, this is my first time at
half days, Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah, we don't do full days in Norfolk County. Puffy shirt episode. James Lynch, and we will call this the puffy shirt episode.
Jury duty. I mean, this is my civic, like my obligation. So yeah, if I'm chosen, I'm going to do it. I'll make it work. But, obviously everybody has a life outside of jury duty in court.
Right. But they don't want somebody, like, basically that's her way of.
Yeah, no, 100%. That was the vibe that I got. Like, they're not looking for somebody with like a full-time job and kids and like other obligations. They want somebody that literally has never heard of this case, probably lives in their mother's basement and plays video games all day. Because like one of the guys they picked literally looked like that was his lifestyle.
Oh, really? You saw the guy? You saw the guys that was he a white guy?
Yeah.
Okay, and he looked like he was just like lives in his mom's basement kind of guy.
Yeah, that sounds mean.
No, it's not. It's okay. We know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, like he just, I wouldn't be surprised if he had never heard of the case. I pinned him as somebody that probably had never even heard of her name before. Okay. And of course, that's the one that got chosen. One of the ones.
You were there on the day when 7 jurors were chosen. Could you? I got up there too late. Like, you were probably tell me about the dismissal process. How long did it take them to dismiss you?
I probably waited about an hour before they called my number, I think.
Oh yeah, but once you got up there, how long did the voir dire process take? Get out of here.
Like probably like 2 minutes for me. Like, they asked you a lot of questions, just firing off questions.
Okay.
And then they asked you to go to the side, and then she said, you're excused.
And the defense really didn't have many questions for you.
No.
Okay. See, yeah, because I know that each side gets to strike. They get to just pick 16. They want to just get rid of. So it sounds like that the defense didn't seem to have a problem with you, but obviously the prosecution did because you're too informed. They don't like that.
Yeah, like I said, every question was about social media.
Right. And did they ask if you were in this justice group? Did they ask about that?
No, they never mentioned any specific groups. They wanted to know what social media I use, and I said I use Facebook and Instagram. They asked if I'm on Twitter. I said no, or X, whatever the hell it's called.
You're better off, by the way. Stay off of
know. She wanted to know my opinion on the buffer zone and like if I had any concerns for my safety. I did say I did, because when you're walking across the street and there's all the police there, and I started thinking like, this is going to be every single day if I get chosen for this trial. Like, am I going to want to deal with this? And I've never done jury duty before, so yeah. You see Grant, and he's in your face, and he's making all these inappropriate comments to Karen and her team, and it's like, I don't want to deal with that. I'm a mom. I've got kids. Like,
Alan Jackson, did you have fun in Cancun with Melanie Little? We've got merch.
I started getting like a bad vibe, and she basically said that's the whole reason why she has the buffer zone, and it's for everybody's safety, which I mean, I couldn't argue with at that point. And then I guess the ACLU decreased the ridiculous 500 feet to 200 feet. So, I mean, that was a positive, I guess.
Knows a lot about the case.
So what was the whole courtroom vibe? What was it like in there? Did people seem like they didn't want to be there? Were people excited about being there? Everybody must have known, like, oh shit, we're on this high profile case. What was the vibe like? What were people talking about?
nobody was really talking. Honestly, it was all like very, very serious and intimidating. It just was like this heavy air of we all knew why we were there and who it was for. And then a lot of them just seemed like they didn't want anything to do with it. You know, when the hardship question came up, everybody had their card up.
Okay. The hardship, if everybody put their card up when they asked if you're going to be here for a long time, is this a hardship?
Yeah. And then
Okay.
she basically said, you know, she determines what a true hardship is, you know.
Okay.
So,
So they don't want.
What, if anything, says the hyperlinks are showing the complete opposite of what they think they're trying to prove. Right. And that's why I think it's so important that we watch them. So thank you for indulging me in my little side quest to look at every single footnote.
People kids. What do you remember? What any of the other 6 jurors were like that were picked, or did you see any of the jurors picked?
To be honest with you, I went to court when I was like just getting over a cold. So the whole time in court, I was like trying my best not to like cough my lungs out. So
Okay.
I was like getting up to go to the bathroom and like get a drink of water and just like let the time pass. I wasn't really paying attention to like the other jurors that they picked. And when they go up there and they circle you, you can't hear anything and they have the white noise machine on. So some of them, it was more obvious because she would kind of like pop her head up and, you know, say, "You're excused," like loudly.
Yep.
And then others, but she didn't do that every time. So it was hard to just like figure out if that person was chosen or not for some of them.
Yeah, they let us in around 2. We waited outside all day. They would let us in at like 2:30 after there was like 15 jurors left, and we'd hear the white noise part. And, you know, they brought one lady up and they spoke to her for like 25 minutes. Like, it was so long. And I'm like, and then at the last minute, they're like, "Okay, you're excused." It's like, what the fuck? Anyway.
Well, that's why she was talking to me for, it felt like forever, but honestly, it was probably like 2 or 3 minutes. And the whole time in my head, I'm like, oh my God, am I going to get picked? Oh my God, am I going to get picked? And then she's like, "You're excused." I'm like, "Thank you." Like, lined out of there.
So did they bring up the Corey at all?
They didn't bring up the Corey, no. But I was honestly.
Corey is a criminal background check. Lolo Holmes, thank you so much for joining. But this is incorrect. He or she says, but they summon a jury from the entire state, not just the county. No. That's not correct. They only summon jurors from the county in which the case is being tried, unless there's some other motion made. For example, I think in the Chesna trial, didn't they bus a jury in from another county? But that was because of a motion. So no. The jury pool is only in the county in which the case is being tried. Here we go. So they did do criminal background checks on all the jurors, and that's what he's asking them about. And it's CORI. The captions get it wrong, but people like captions because sometimes they can't listen loudly enough.
If she had brought that up, I wasn't comfortable with that. They don't do that normally, and I just don't think it's something that I would feel is
okay. So she
do.
All right. And what'd you think about seeing Karen Reed? Is this the first time you've seen her in the flesh? What'd you think of her?
Yes, it was the first time that I had seen her up close and personal. I've never been to any outside demonstrations or anything like that. Honestly, it was a pretty powerful entrance. So when you walk into the courtroom, you see, you know, David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Karen Reed, and then who's the other, the woman?
Eliza Little.
Yes, Eliza Little. And they actually, as soon as the doors open and we start being told how to, like, you know, file into the booth, they turn around and they're all standing up and they all look so professional and just like a united front.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just quietly like looking at everybody, waiting for us to be seated. And they stay standing for a minute and then they sit down. And then you look past them and it's just at the Commonwealth. So Adam Lally just literally with his back turned to the jurors, like hovered over at a table in front of like the judges stand there. And it's like the difference, like of that first impression. You know what I mean?
Really? What was the impression you got of Lunchbox Lally? Like just.
Well, that's the thing. Like, as soon as the jurors entered the courtroom, like Karen's team's ready. Like, they're looking you in the eye. They're sizing you up. They mean business. And you can tell they're like a united front. Like, they're going to do anything to help their client, like, fight for her life, basically. And then you have Adam Lally, doesn't bother turning around. He's just like at the desk with
around. Wow.
No. So he finally turned around, like when the court officers come in and, Judge Cannoni comes in and they say, all rise. That's when everybody, stood up. And then she, had her introduction and said a couple things. And then she let the Commonwealth introduce themselves first. And then we got the formal introduction from Karen's team after that.
Interesting. That's fascinating.
Sounds like the jury pool was turned off by the Commonwealth just by walking in the room, and the fact that Adam Lally couldn't even turn around and address them. She's telling us everything.
So, and I saw you commented on the page. That's how I found you. People are like, this person claims to be a juror. Yeah. And then I searched your name on the justice page, and you had commented on stuff before. So I'm like, this is not her first time on here. She's clearly been on this page before. So I'm like, I'll give it a shot. Maybe she wants to talk about this. And I'm glad you did, because it's fascinating. Like, I can't imagine what that's like. I guess you haven't been following the case as much as the rest of us.
Yeah, I really haven't. So like when she was asking me, like, do you have any formed opinions? Like, I mean, I firmly believe that, Karen Read is innocent until proven guilty. That is just the law. And then I also firmly believe that only a court can decide her guilt or innocence. And that's the verdict that the jurors are the ones that are going to make that decision. So I don't really honestly have like an opinion. I had so many days where I went back and forth when I heard, certain pieces of information, and it's just anything in the media is just like speculation. Certain shows, like, I don't follow, or I just think they're like being way too dramatic or twisting words.
Yeah. Like, do you watch it? Like, do you watch the Turtleboy show ever?
Not. I do watch her show usually when I'm like around this time. I'm like putting my toddler to bed, so it's very bits and pieces, and I'm catching up and just quickly scrolling or liking something. So, like I said, like, I loosely follow it.
This is a juror who was dismissed from the panel because she heard about the case on social media. So this was during trial number 1. Again, he found a juror who was dismissed during jury selection, and he's interviewing her like he's doing journalism. Imagine. And this is from, hold on, said the date earlier, but it seems like a lot of people are just coming in. So April 20th of 2024. This is before trial number 1. This is jury selection, trial number 1. Now, in the lawsuit that we are reading, the defamation lawsuit, they are trying to show that Aidan Carney tainted the jury pool and bragged about it. But clearly here we're seeing that the questioning was such that Judge Cannoni was weeding people out that knew too much about the case. Trial number 1, dismissed juror on maybe day 2 of jury selection, or day 1 of jury selection. Wait. What just had happened was
my immediate gut instinct is, the investigation was botched from the beginning. It was sketchy, and like, especially with the feds involved, like, I don't think it should be even a trial right now. I think, it should have been thrown out. So if you ask me, should it have been thrown out? Yeah, absolutely. Like, I can for a fact say that. I believe that. I
just feel like most people are going to be like you. Most of the people in that jury, that like when they hear the same shit that we've all heard and they hear these facts, there's no way in hell they're going to convict this woman. I just can't imagine seeing that group of people coming in and finding 12 people in that group that are going to convict this woman. I can't see it.
I hope so. I hope you're right, because like I said, I was in the room with a lot of people. There was probably like 90 or 100 of us. I don't even know.
About 90 each day. Yep.
And there were some people that I really questioned their like intelligence, their education, like their ability to make like a rational, educated decision.
Yeah. Why? Like, why? Just because of how they looked, or because you talked to them?
Yeah, like when you're showing up to court in jeans and Crocs, like, I'm sorry, like, it does make me question your ability to be on a jury pool. It really does. And like, I'm somebody that has, a family, I have a job, and I'm thinking like, oh my God, I'm somebody they probably would want to pick because, I'd probably show up every day. But if they're picking people that can't even bother to get dressed for court, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like people showing up in pajama pants to the airport. It's just one of my many pet peeves. People used to dress up to get on airplanes, and now they show up in like pajama pants. Nancy, thank you so much for your very generous $100. She says, for all that you do, we appreciate you. Oh, what an adore. Is that a border collie, your dog? So cute. Thank you, Nancy. You're so kind and generous. Helena from Sweden says, Grant is Team Turtleboy and Karen now. Good for him. He did flip. He flipped. He saw that maybe he was being used and he wasn't buying what they were selling anymore. Thank you so very much. Julie says, I never even heard of Turtleboy until Jen mentioned him in her testimony during the first trial. Very interesting. Thank you for your 5. Binging Crimes, Not Cookies says, I had no idea who Turtleboy was until his arrest. Caught his first show right after he got out. Shout out to the Norfolk DA for the introduction. Thank you so much for your super chat. Charlie from Down Under says, who thinks once discovery begins, the prosecution's attorney will bail? Well, not the prosecution, plaintiff. So remember, this is a civil case. There's no prosecution. It's the plaintiffs versus the defendants. We're in civil court, but you think the plaintiff's attorneys will bail. If they're on contingency, they got a lot of work ahead of them. Gigi said, I found the Karen Reed case by accident. I had no idea what a Turtleboy was. In bed with 2 ear infections, grandbabies, the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, I hope they get better soon, Gigi. Thank you so much for your 10. And Casey says, haven't books been written about these people, not by Aiden or Karen? Are they being threatened? Howie Carr wrote a book. I've got it right here behind me. I'll show it to you in a little bit. So if you want to buy a copy, if you can, it's a great read. It's called Mass Corruption, and their pictures are on the cover of his book. Are they going to sue Harry Carr too? That's a great question, Casey. Thanks for your 5.
I was reading some tweets from some reporters that are in there. They were saying that like some of the jurors are like looking around at the ceiling and just, I mean, it's a long, you need an attention span for this. I can't imagine they're going to want people that just can't pay attention.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So, yeah, it'll be really interesting. But yeah, anything else? Anything other memorable you want to share about your experience as a Karen Reed juror?
No, I mean, it was definitely first time experience for somebody, you know, trying to do their civic duty and obey the jury duty notice that I got. But
yeah, I mean, I've had jury duty twice. I just get sent home. Like I think we got brought into one courtroom where it was like a fender bender. Someone was suing another guy, and I'm like, you know, there's like 100. I didn't even come close to even getting voir dired. Like that's it. Sometimes you just go and you just sit in the room and they don't even call you for anything. It's like, but you got the holy grail of freaking jury duty. You got the
Karen Reed
case.
Actually, basically on that last note, I will say Judge Canoni, I thought she did a really good job, like taking her time and really asking some of these jurors questions. Cause like you said, some of them it seemed like 10, 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. So to me, I think she was trying to be fair. I know she's getting like a lot of like crap. And I agree. Sometimes when I'm watching like the trial and I hear her sigh, I'm like, that's not professional. Like what is going on with her? She seems annoyed. Yeah. But at least when she was speaking to me, she seemed very genuine. And like when she asked me, like, are you sure you can do this? Like you have a family. I actually appreciated that because like that was my first time going to jury duty. And until you go through it, you don't realize like that big responsibility.
Yeah. You know? So she didn't interrupt you at all, like she does to Alan Jackson and David Yannetti.
No, she was like very pleasant and nice. I do have to say.
It sounded like she was trying to find a way to disqualify her. Are you sure it's not going to be a burden for you? Are you sure it's not going to be a burden? Because once they say it's going to be a burden and I just can't do it, then they get dismissed for cause. Nobody has to use a peremptory. And some judges will do that. And it sounds like she was looking for a reason and she got it. So it's the process worked, right? Will they be a jury for this? Linda wants to know. Yes, they will. If it gets that far.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, anyway, thank you very much for joining us. This has been very informative and enlightening
for all of us.
Thanks for having me.
I'm glad you get to watch the trial from home instead of going there for the next 7. Although you sounded like you would have been a good juror, so hopefully we get people like you on the jury, and we can free Karen Reed. But thank you very much for coming on.
Okay, the next point.
Here she is.
The next point that they bring up in this same video.
Julie Grant. She's
in the same video is Turtleboy dissing Julie Grant from Court TV. And they say that he said she supports a cop killing pig like Jennifer McCabe. She Googled how long to die in cold. Who Googled how long to die in cold. So this is when he's going to start going off on Julie Grant. And I'm here for it because the way that Julie Grant treated Karen Reed throughout this trial was abominable to me. She had Kate Peter on her show. All right, let's listen to this. This is right during jury selection trial number 1. Turtleboy's thoughts on Julie Grant of Court TV.
Yeah, we're going to talk about her in a moment, but I want to talk about this other cunt first. Okay.
All right.
This one on Court
Language
TV.
warning.
And I just need to rant about
Hate
this.
that
fool.
word.
Here she is.
So much.
Oh, this one. Her name's Julie Grant. She's the bootleg Vinnie Politan. All right. And she is the same idiot who, when I was in the can, had a panel on and they talked about you guys being paid to be protesters. Okay. And this, we got to talk about this. Okay. This rant.
Wait, Julie Grant is the one who said that that everyone was a paid protester? Oh, wow. Important to note, she, along with most of the court's TV staff, has been fired because Law and Crime bought Court TV. So now they're the same company. Vinnie Politan is still there. He's also an investor in the company. Matt Johnson was let go. Almost all of the Court TV anchors have been let go. Here we go.
That she does here. This was the other day. It's the stupidest thing, and we need to talk about it. Let me play this from the beginning.
O'Keefe's parents had to bury their hero
Oh, shut up.
statement. Election starts up today in Boston. Let's keep that in mind as we get all ready to finally hear all of the evidence that prosecutors have against the woman that they say hit the officer with her SUV and killed him. Officer John O'Keefe was 46 years old when his life was cut tragically short. He devoted his life to helping other people. He was a hero. For 16 years, he put his life on the line for other people as a member of the Boston Police Department. But for him, helping wasn't just confined to his career. It was what he did in his personal life too. After his sister and his brother-in-law both tragically died, he took in his niece and his nephew and raised them like they were his own. Imagine.
What happened?
Sorry. Let me stop right there. Okay. Just her whole tone. Jesus. Like she's known this guy her whole fucking life. He's such a great person. None of us, where have you been, Julie Grant? We've been fighting for justice for John O'Keefe for the last year. We've been pointing all of this out. We agree. He seemed like a great dude. Great dude. Even if he was a bad dude, it's still not okay to murder him. But he seemed like a great dude. Karen Reed obviously thought he was a great dude too, because she was attracted to him and was with him for 2 years. So he must have been doing something right. But she should have stopped there. But whenever these people start getting into these rants about what a good guy John O'Keefe is, they're not doing it because they want to point out that John O'Keefe is a good guy. They're doing it to attack us. Every single time. The Globe did the same thing. The same thing. And that's what all these other assholes McAlberts do, is they cloak themselves in virtue by pretending to give a shit and pretending to be the only defenders of John O'Keefe's memory. But none of them care. They're only doing it as a smokescreen to attack people who are fighting for actual justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. And you could tell it. Like, as soon as you heard this woman talking and just her tone about, he's such a good guy. Bitch, you didn't know him. You're acting like she's not doing this because she's like, so John O'Keefe's the greatest guy. No, she's doing this because she's about to go on the attack. Listen to this bullshit.
How much pain those children are feeling today. First losing their mom and their dad, and next losing their Uncle John turned dad. It is beyond heartbreaking.
Oh, yeah.
Officer John O'Keefe's parents had to bury their hero son. Imagine how they're feeling. John's brother now has lost 2 of his siblings. Imagine how he feels.
Yeah, imagine how he feels. Like okay, so that's where it's like, first of all, imagine how he feels. I don't know how he's feeling. But he seemed okay on February 26th when I was outside the court, and he brought, he likes to bring an ex of mine with him to court as a prop. He seemed okay that day. And when his mother gave me the middle finger and said, "Where's Lindsay?" They seemed okay on that day. They seemed okay on October 11th when they came to my arraignment for witness intimidation that had nothing to do with them. And they sat there smiling. They seemed okay on those days. They seemed okay. And now we get into the fake shit.
And my friends, you want to hear something despicable?
Oh, let's hear it.
Some protesters supporting the defendant and her "I'm the victim" defense.
In the "I'm the victim" defense.
Wow.
Fuck you, Julie.
Wow.
Grant, also known as a third-party culprit defense. You ignorant swine. The "I'm the victim" defense. Well, let's keep it very clear here. Karen Reed is a victim in this. She's a victim of a malicious injustice system that is attempting to lynch her in front of our very eyes. If that's not a victim, I don't know what is. She has lost her job, her ability to drive, her boyfriend. She didn't get to say goodbye to him or go to his funeral or wake or anything. She has lost all of that. She has lost God knows how much money. Her family has been put through hell. So yes, Julie Grant, Karen Reed is a victim in this. And you're mocking her as if this is nothing, as if this is okay. Maybe this is okay for you, Julie Grant, to live in a world, to live in a society where it's okay for the mechanisms of the state to do this to innocent people. And somehow you're not a victim if that happens to you. Maybe you're okay with that because it's never happened to Julie Grant. And she doesn't give a shit about actual justice. She just doesn't like the protesters. Just listen to the vitriol in her voice the second she mentions protesters. Just listen to this.
Some protesters supporting the defendant and her "I'm the victim" defense have been extremely verbally abusive to the O'Keefe family.
A lie. Julie Grant, I will give you $10,000 right now if you can show me anything that shows us being abusive to the O'Keefe family. No, that doesn't count. Carl doesn't count. Carl Dougal's not family. Okay? Jennifer McCabe's not family because that's what these people are doing. They're taking videos of us booing Carl Dougal, booing, and by the way, September 15th, when Paul O'Keefe shouted, "Go fuck yourself" to Nathan Reed at the top of the stairs, he seemed okay that day. He seemed okay. He didn't seem that upset that day. Just saying. I am so sick of this bullshit. This is such a fake narrative bullshit of how it's so cheap. It's such bullshit. Hiding behind, like using them as props. It's like whatever. There's a fucking shooting that happens and a kid gets shot. We use them as a prop. Oh, we need to, this is all the gun's faults. Look at it. You don't give a fuck about the kids. Stop it. You're just using the kids. It's the same thing here. You're using the O'Keefes. They're useful props. There isn't a single video out there of any of us doing anything, doing anything negative to the O'Keefes. It is just a complete myth, a lie. There is one video of me in which on July 25th, I'm leading the protest on the stairs. And, we had a tendency to boo anyone wearing a Justice for JJ button because they were all McAlberts. And people didn't even know what his mom looked like. And so they start coming up and the crowd starts getting a little rumbling. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. We're not yelling. Not these ones. That's John's family. We're not doing that. I'm on video telling people, no, we're not doing that. So yeah. How about that?
How disgusting is that? The real victims here have had to endure brutal verbal assaults.
No, they haven't.
When they come to the courthouse.
Brutal verbal assaults. Just because you are feigning outrage doesn't mean you're telling the truth about anything, Julie. You're making this up. You're lying. You are cloaking yourself in virtue, but nothing you're saying is true. Nothing at all.
To get justice for their murdered son.
Here's a viewer in the chat called Billy's Donnas and says, she, meaning Julie Grant, is probably one of the reasons I went into this case thinking she was guilty, but I actually have common sense and I realized I was wrong when I saw all of the evidence. Were any of you also influenced by Julie Grant into believing that Karen Read was guilty? Because you had followed none of the pretrial shenanigans that went on and all of the fights that the defense had to go through to try and get basic discovery from the Commonwealth. Did you fall into the Julie Grant propaganda spin?
That makes me sick.
Oh, sick.
And makes my blood boil.
No, it doesn't.
Believe whatever conspiracy theory you want. Talk about it until the cows come home. But don't come at a homicide victim's family. That is disgraceful.
You know what's disgraceful, Julie Grant? I'll tell you. You know what's.
Here's what they quote in the lawsuit. But we wanted to watch a little bit of the lead up to it. Is there any video anywhere of anybody ever yelling at the O'Keeffes? I've never seen it. Oh, Nicole says her behavior led me to you. So thanks, Julie. Oh, thanks, Nicole. Here you go. He's going to tell her what's disgraceful. And this is what they say is defamatory. Here you go.
Really disgraceful, Julie Grant. Not that you give a fuck about John O'Keefe, because you don't. And we actually do. You know what's really disgraceful, Julie Grant? Well, your Botox is absolutely.
I didn't say that.
And your stylist should be fired. Like, okay. But besides from that, I'll tell you what's really disgraceful is when somebody who Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. because they wanted to make sure, or they wanted to see and find out how long it would take for John O'Keefe to die in the snow. When a person like that shows up with the O'Keefe family and rubs their shoulders and starts a support group called Peggy's Angels, that's disgusting. The fact that that doesn't.
Opinion. Letter Rose by Bettero pointing out it's on video of Aiden telling the crowd, do not boo the O'Keeffes. Thank you.
Outrage you. That makes my blood boil. I don't know about you, Julie Grant. That's what got me fired up about this case. When I saw how sick and sadistic and twisted Jennifer McCabe was, and only her. I didn't have that same hatred of Brian Albert because I never saw him. I didn't have that same hatred of Colin Albert because I never saw him. Because they weren't showing up and rubbing Peggy O'Keefe's shoulders. But Jennifer McCabe, the fake outrage that Julie Grant has about us right now, the fake anger, I actually have that towards Jennifer McCabe. Like, I have nothing but hatred to her, as I should, because I'm normal. I'm a rational person. Any rational person hates Jennifer McCabe, is disgusted by her. Because Jennifer McCabe is a pig. She is a pig. She's a cop-killing pig.
Okay, so in their quotes in the lawsuit, it doesn't say Oh, it does say any rational person hates Jennifer McCabe and is disgusted by her because Jennifer McCabe is a pig. She is a pig. She is a cop killing pig. I mean, sounds like opinion to me. Thank you, Fairy Raven, for gifting 5 memberships all the way from Ireland. Slancha, my beautiful friend. Sound like Julie Grant. My beautiful friend. Okay, here you go.
And Julie Grant sympathizes, is trying to turn Jennifer McCabe into a victim. That's who we're booing, not the O'Keefe family. And she's here to stand up for Jennifer McCabe. Well, I guess Julie Grant supports cop killers. Can you believe that? Court TV has some host like this, some bootleg Vinnie Politan, who clearly knows nothing about the case because she's too busy getting Botox. She doesn't know a goddamn thing about this case. And she supports a cop killing pig like Jennifer McCabe, who Googled how long to die in cold at 2:20. That doesn't upset her. That doesn't upset her. What upsets her is us booing Carl Dougal. That really upsets her. That makes her mad. I'm so outraged. Look at the fake outrage of this woman. Jesus Christ.
And it's a new low
Is it?
that I've never seen before in a case until now.
Really?
John O'Keefe's family obviously supports the prosecution of the defendant.
Oh, so because John, and that's it, John O'Keefe's family supports the prosecution of the defendant. Well, I guess that means she did it. Because dumb Paul O'Keefe is too stupid or apathetic to give a shit about justice for his brother. I've had a conversation with Paul O'Keefe. He knows what happened. I could tell from my conversation with him. He knows deep down what happened. He just hates Karen. He don't like Karen. That's all this comes down to. So let me get this straight, Julie Grant. If Peggy O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe tomorrow were like, we believe Karen Read is innocent, do you think the charges should be dropped? Do you think that the opinions of the O'Keefes in regards to Karen Read's guilt or innocence should decide whether or not this woman goes to trial? Like their opinion matters somehow about her innocence? Is that how the justice system is supposed to work? Julie Grant, she actually said that as if that's something that matters at all. At all. Like imagine being that stupid. Imagine being that stupid and being paid to be on TV. That's stupid. To think that the opinions about the families of the deceased in regards to the defendant's guilt or innocence is something that should matter at all. It doesn't. It does not. The defendant. And by the way, on the defense witness list is John O'Keefe Sr., who is conspicuously absent from the last court date. Yeah. So what if the rumors are true? What if the rumors are true, Julie Grant? Are we doing this again? Are we going to do a do-over? Is he a bad guy too? If he supports Karen Read? I don't know. You tell me. I hope to God those rumors are true. How powerful would that be? But we'll see.
And that is their right.
I guess Jess says, oh, please. She was probably cheering for the people camped outside Brian Laundrie's parents' house, screaming things at them. That did happen too. A lot of reporters were on the lawn of Brian Laundrie's parents' house, screaming all kinds of things at them.
That is their decision, nobody else's. And that is their right. That is their decision, nobody else's. And I certainly hope that the next thing the O'Keefes hear are apologies from people who've been so hateful and so disrespectful to them.
I apologize for absolutely nothing. Nothing. Paul O'Keefe will be apologizing to me when this is all said and done. That is one thing I can almost guarantee you.
Never. He'll never apologize.
He'll try to apologize to Karen Read. He probably won't because he's got too much pride. She won't accept it, nor should she. I will, because I'm forgiving like that. But there will be no, like, Paul O'Keefe will be apologizing when the indictments come, and they will come. I don't know if he's got enough pride to do that, but we're not attacking the O'Keefe family. I wanted Paul O'Keefe to come around. I did. But after a while, it's like, bro. When he told me he was coming home from the Celtics game, he's like drunk. It's like, oh, okay. So like you're hearing all this shit in court, you just don't care. He's heard all of this. He just doesn't care. He's heard all the facts, just doesn't care. So please.
Justice for John O'Keefe is coming. He is what this trial is about. He is the victim. Let's not forget it. That's my opening statement on this Tuesday morning. Let me know if you like it, my friends. Right now, I want to give you what's on your daily docket.
Are you aware?
Okay, yeah, she's
That's just a little taste of the things that Julie Grant has said on Court TV. I remember one time she actually talked about what Karen Reed was wearing to court, and she had somebody on, like a talking head, talking about how her outfits for court were so inappropriate. And she was like slut shaming her outfits. Do you remember that? She had that I forget who the person was. Was it that body language expert who one time went on Will DeGlare's show and got really mad and wanted him to take it down? Make Mine and Minnie says, I'm a little behind. I remember when Aiden wore that pink shirt, he was trying to figure out what to wear to court, pre-stylist. That's hilarious. Care Bear's pointing out Casey Anthony's parents. I didn't follow that case. It was before my time on YouTube, but did people go for Casey Anthony's parents too? Somebody said, wait a second. The reason he wore that shirt is because the New York Post called him flamboyant. That's hilarious. It flew by. Very funny. Julie Grant. Julie Grant was the one who was talking about her outfits, right? Do you guys remember that? I don't know if that's going to be in this document anywhere for us to look at in a footnote. But wait, there's more. We did hear him say that about Jennifer McCabe being a pig, cop killing pig. I don't think anybody is going to literally think that she's a pig, and so that must be opinion, right? Who Googled how long to die in cold? Paragraph 84. On May 17th, 2024, following the first day of McCabe's trial testimony, Carney posted to X that McCabe was a psychopath and that she knew exactly where O'Keefe was, dying in the cold on Brian Albert's front lawn. She plotted to put him there. Okay, here's the tweet from May 17th, 2024, which they're telling us is the first day of Jennifer McCabe's testimony. And this is the footnote that they attached. From Dr. Turtleboy. Just when you thought Jen McCabe couldn't be a bigger psychopath, she entered these texts into evidence showing her texting John O'Keefe at 4:59 a.m. saying, quote, Karen is worried, we need to find you. She knew exactly where he was, dying in the cold on Brian Albert's front lawn. She plotted to put him there. And this is the text message from Jennifer McCabe to JJ that says, Karen is worried, we need to find you. January 29th, 2022, 4:59:49 a.m. And she did enter that into evidence. They don't mention the text message, though, with the receipt. This is all it says about that. On May 17th, 2024, following the first day of McCabe's trial testimony, Carney posted to X that McCabe was a psychopath and that she knew exactly where O'Keefe was, dying in the cold on Brian Albert's front lawn. She plotted to put him there. They don't talk about the text message, though, do they? Nope. If you're going to quote his tweet, quote it properly. Just when you thought Jen McCabe couldn't be a bigger psychopath, she entered these texts into evidence, showing her texting John O'Keefe at 4:59 a.m., saying, Karen is worried. We need to find you. And based on that text, his opinion was that she knew exactly where O'Keefe was, dying in the cold on Brian Albert's front lawn. She plotted to put him there. He took her own text message into consideration before making that statement. Cherry picking. Exactly. That was footnote 35. On May 21, 2024, Carney published part 354 of his Canton cover-up series, in which he summarized the testimony of the plaintiffs and claimed that the plaintiffs lied their way through their testimony. Footnote 36. He claimed that, quote, they all have nearly identical, well-rehearsed stories, which isn't surprising because they've had 2 years to make sure they have them straight and their lives depend on the consistency. He also explained that all of the plaintiffs were caught in lies at some point during their testimony. We were there. We watched the testimony. But since they want us to read it, because it is their footnote 36, let's take a flip through his story. There's photographs attached. There's receipts attached. And this story, this article, was published after all of them have testified. Okay, cool. You want us to go there? Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's show you how he came to his opinion conclusion in Canton Cover-Up, part 354. You're only driving more traffic to him and his channels. This is going to have, in my opinion, the opposite effect of what you want it to have. And here it is, May 21st, 2024, Canton Cover-Up, part 354. McAlberts lie their way through week 3 testimony in Karen Read trial. Here we go. Here's a picture of Colin Albert, Jen McCabe, and Brian Albert, although I do not see a picture of Higgins. It even hyperlinks to the Turtleboy Legal Defense Fund, which is right here. And as of today, he's raised $260,260. And he's going to need every penny more that he can get, because now they're suing him and defense costs are expensive. He said in his show, I don't know if it was yesterday. Oops, I just took the other thing down. Or somewhere, that it was public record that he had paid Tim Bradle something like more than up to something like $225,000 so far. Not to mention Betterow and his other lawyers. Okay. I'm going to pin it in the chat because, you know, you're a very giving crowd. Hold on while I do that. There it is. You guys are feeling generous today. Go on over, help the brother out. All right, there we go. I think it's pinned in the chat. Let me know if it works. Okay. Interesting that it doesn't, there's no picture of Higgins. And the article reads as follows. I didn't have a chance to write many articles last week going over updates in the trial because watching this trial is currently dominating my life. But I wanted to do a brief overview of what happened last week to catch you up if you missed any of it, because a lot happened. This is the murder trial of Karen Read, and she's hardly mentioned at all. Both the defense and the prosecution seem to be putting the McAlberts on trial with the defense acting as the prosecution and vice versa. This trial is unique because none of the star witnesses actually witnessed anything. They have nothing to say about what they saw or heard, so they spend most of their testimony talking about what they didn't see and how they spent their night in mourning. They all have nearly identical, well-rehearsed stories. This isn't surprising because they've had 2 years to make sure they have them straight, and their lives depend on the consistency. The federal grand jury is often referenced, but never named specifically. All of the McAlberts were caught in lies at some point during their testimony. Brian Albert. When Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get together, they get silly together and engage in grab ass. Brian is by far the smartest of the McAlberts and understood how to mislead and deceive the jury. Alan Jackson asked him how big Colin was, and he said 5'11", 175 pounds. Colin's BSU bio says he's 6'1", 215 pounds, a huge difference. The defense is trying to paint a picture that there were big, aggressive men inside 34 Fairview Road. Brian Albert knew this and intentionally tried to make Colin sound less imposing. That's interesting. Good reminder for everyone to smash the like button. Thank you very much. Here it is. He comes with receipts. Colin Albert. I guess this is his college roster. 6'1", 215 pounds. He's a freshman from Canton, Mass. Went to Canton High, and his position, linebacker. I guess number 34 was not available because remember he was 34 for 34 Fairview throughout his high school career in football, but I guess he's number 47 here. Brian and Nicole Albert told Michael Lank that Tristan Morris picked up Caitlin Albert at their house at 12:15 a.m. on January 29th, getting her out of the house 5 minutes before John O'Keefe arrived. But after testifying in front of the federal grand jury, Caitlin Albert said she was the last person to leave at 1:45. Parens. Geofence? Right, remember the geofence data was never obtained. Because Proctor never requested it, or he requested it after a time when he knew it would have been unavailable. Both Nicole and Brian Albert had no explanation for this and said that Lank must have made a mistake. And here is a portion of Lank's statement of Brian and Nicole Albert at paragraph 6. This is in the voice of Michael Lank, the friendly. Next, I went into 34 Fairview Road and spoke with the homeowners, Albert, Brian, and Albert Nicole. Both parties from this point forward will be referred to by their first names. Well, why not? You've known them for decades. Michael Lank, for those of you who don't know, was like the Ray Donovan of the Albert family. He's been inserting himself into Albert family business since at least the 90s, going back to the Lopalato brothers. Hold on a second. Do we have to play Whack-A-Troll? Hold on. I don't know. I don't think that Fredo's being disrespectful. He's just everyone. Don't pile on. Let's not do that based on prior comments and prior streams. I can see everything that everyone in this chat has written to me ever in any chat for the history of my channel. A lot of people don't know that. All right. Brian stated they had seen the victim at Waterfall Bar and Grill and had spoken to him. He stated he did not know the party well, but knew that he was a friend of McCabe, sister-in-law. Brian and Nicole recalled that the victim had been welcomed to come to their house, but never arrived. When asked about O'Keefe's demeanor or if O'Keefe had any altercations with anyone earlier at the bar, Brian said that he seemed to be fine at the bar and there were no issues whatsoever. McCabe Matthew, husband of Jennifer, also stated that he had observed the vehicle pull up out front of the house, but never saw either party get out of the vehicle. Matthew also reiterated what Brian said. Okay, so the three of them were interviewed together. Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert. They weren't separated. Got it. We knew that already, though. Matthew also reiterated what Brian said. O'Keefe seemed to be fine at the bar and that there was really nobody else in the establishment other than their group. Next, I asked Brian and Nicole who else was at the house that night. Aside from the names already mentioned, the following people were present at some point during the time in question: Brian Albert Jr., Brian and Nicole's son, Caitlin Albert, daughter, Julie Nagel, Brian Jr.'s friend, and Brian Higgins, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr. They advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house at around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris. Here's another another paragraph from another statement. I think this is also Lank's report, or maybe this is Caitlin's. This is Caitlin's statement that she eventually gave after they found out that she was really there at 12:15. No, they didn't drive her. Caitlin, what? Hold on. This is a paragraph of Caitlin Albert's statement. When Caitlin arrived at 34 Fairview Road with her parents, they parked in the driveway and encountered her cousin, Colin Albert, who was walking out of the house and getting a ride home from his friend, Allie. When Caitlin entered the house, she saw her brother, Brian Jr., Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel. Well, I mean, not to fall into the rabbit hole. Caitlin drove home with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, she's saying. And she says when they pulled in the driveway, they saw Colin walking out of the house and Allie was there. Whoa. It's not what Nicole and Brian testified to. Didn't they say they saw him in the foyer when they went inside the house? Caitlin Albert said in her statement that Allie's car was there too. Okay. Are Allie McCabe and Colin Albert cousins? No, maybe not technically, right? Because Jennifer McCabe is not blood related to the Alberts. So technically they're not cousins. When Caitlin entered the house, she saw her brother Brian Jr., Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel. Shortly after getting to her parents' home, Brian Higgins arrived. Didn't Higgins say that he was the first one there? Cousins by marriage, yeah. So I don't know if that's once removed, twice removed, 3 times removed. I don't know. Caitlin stated prior to Matt and Jen arriving, her father took their dog out to the backyard so she could use the bathroom and then brought her back upstairs where she remained the rest of the night. Chloe needs an alibi. Caitlin recalls her dad showing Brian Higgins around and thought to herself that he must have never been here before. Caitlin recalled hearing Jen talking on the phone and saying, "Come by, text me when you get here." It was John. Caitlin stated John never entered the house that night and she never saw him. At approximately 1:45 a.m., Caitlin was picked up by Tristan, who left from the Waterfall Bar earlier in the night. Caitlin and Tristan returned to their residence in Easton. Caitlin stated she was the last person to leave that did not live at her parents' house. So I'm just putting it out there to people who followed pretrial and didn't know about Turtleboy. Did you come to your own conclusions after hearing the testimony of these people and them being confronted with their prior inconsistent statements taken by law enforcement that perhaps they were lying? Did you come to your own conclusion, or were you brainwashed by Aiden Carney? I don't know. I'm just asking. Back to Aiden's article. Albert sounded dishonest and unconvincing to the jury when he tried to explain why he didn't wake up and go outside with Karen Reed screaming, a dead body on his lawn, and first responders everywhere. His room was closest to the body and had 2 windows that overlook the front yard. But even more suspicious was that the aggressive dog didn't wake them by barking. The bright lights woke up the neighbors at 32 Fairview Road who took these pictures. Okay. 32 Fairview. Is that the Asian house, as Matt referred to it? Here's the pictures taken by the neighbor at 32 Fairview. Look, come to your screen if you can. A lot of bright lights outside. Ask yourself, would your dog have been barking? Would your German Shepherd have been barking? Jennifer McCabe testified that Chloe was not there the next morning when she burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert. Where did Chloe go? Brian was in a cold, dead sleep, as Caroline is reminding us, right? Anybody married to a cop? Do they sleep with one eye open? Do they ever really fall into a cold, dead sleep? I don't know. I'm just asking you. You tell me. It's brighter than Christmas, says Petunia. My shepherd would 100% be barking, says Cameron. Here's some more pictures taken by the neighbor at 32 Fairview. Alan Jackson showed a video that he personally filmed coming out of the basement bulkhead and a Microdots snippet. Shout out to Microdots. Opening the fence door and walking to the front of the yard to where John O'Keefe's body was found. The purpose of this was to put it in the jury's mind that it would be possible for the McAlberts to beat up John in the basement, drag his body out of the bulkhead, open up the fence, and carry him 25 feet to the flagpole area while being obstructed by a parked Ford Edge that Lucky Loughran saw at 3 a.m. Shout out to Microdots. Here's the side gate, which is as you're looking at 34 Fairview right here, to the left of your screen. See where that pink arrow is? That is a gate that is big enough for a car to drive through or a boat. And that pink arrow is, and then there's a little drawing of a car, would be exactly where the Ford Edge was parked that Lucky testified to seeing. Nobody ever investigated that Ford Edge or even had any intellectual curiosity or investigative curiosity to try and find out who it belonged to. There's the gate. And these are all from Law and Crime. And there's the gate opening into the front lawn at 34 Fairview, and it shows the street in the background. Court had to be stopped so that Brian Albert could get his attorney, Greg Henning, in the courtroom. This is the first time an allegedly innocent witness with nothing to hide needed his lawyer with him in court so that he didn't incriminate himself. Oh, yeah, remember that? Greg Henning, the attorney, is also a talking head on one of the local news channels. And they did a voir dire of Brian Albert with his attorney. So for those of you who watched the first trial, did you come to your own conclusions about whether or not these people were lying on the stand? Brian Albert did a factory reset on his phone, deleting all data the day before Judge Krupp issued a preservation order for his phone. Albert stood by his story that he didn't call Higgins at 2:22, as phone logs say, and explained that he must have butt dialed while having sex. Jackson broke down all of the buttons he would have had to press on his phone accidentally for this to happen, which made Albert look like a liar in front of the jury. The first person Albert called about John's death after the body was discovered wasn't a family member. It was Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. He also later called Chief Ken Berkowitz later in the day. Albert is the only witness to repeatedly refer to Karen Reed as the defendant. He does this intentionally because he believes it will make her sound more guilty to a jury. There's a picture of Brian Albert on the stand in his Mr. Rogers cardigan zip-up sweater. Looks like navy blue, over a blue button-down shirt and a yellow tie. Brian Albert Jr. The 6'6" oldest son said that Colin Albert arrived between 10:45 and 11. Despite being the biggest person in the house, no one has ever accused him of being involved in the murder. After he testified, it became clear why. Brian Albert Jr. said he could see car tracks in the snow on the road, but said he couldn't see a 6'2", 220-pound body in the yard. Despite being inside the house during a murder and sleeping there, Albert Jr. was never questioned by state police until 18 months after the murder. Albert Jr. said that he didn't look outside when all the first responders were in the yard because it gives him anxiety. And there's Brian Jr. on the stand. And I, for one, felt a lot of empathy for him. Caitlin Albert. Just like the rest of the witnesses inside during the murder of John O'Keefe, Caitlin Albert didn't see or hear anything when it happened and didn't see a body on the front lawn when she left. Caitlin Albert came in with a long prepared definition of what a friend is. This is proof that she watched Katie McLaughlin's testimony. She knew that she was going to be asked about all the pictures of them together and was prepped to have an explanation for that. Caitlin Albert's story, like the rest of the McAlberts, makes no sense. She said that her boyfriend, Tristan, went home early because he had to wake up at 3 a.m. and plow. She stayed out late, then went back to her parents, knowing it was a blizzard, and could have stayed over. Yet, she got Tristan to pick her up at 1:45 a.m. instead. Wonder what changed? Maybe a murder. Caitlin Albert, if you don't remember what she looks like from her testimony. Tristan Morris. Morris Gump's ultimate weakness in time, back to one. Tristan Morris. Morris Gump's ultimate weakness is time. He refused to answer any questions about what time things occurred because he couldn't be for sure if an event happened at night or during the day. Morris Gump is extremely stupid and said that he didn't interview with anyone. He only spoke with the DA's office. Despite picking up Caitlin Albert at 1:45 when a dead body was supposedly on the lawn, Tristan was never questioned by investigators. Tristan referred to his girlfriend as, quote, high maintenance on the stand and proposed to her at the end of the week. I remember that. He called her high maintenance. I was like, she's not going to like that. She's not going to like that. Remember also, it has been reported that Tristan Morris, after trial number 1, approached Dave Portnoy for a brick watch and said, I'm going to be testifying in Karen Reed's second trial. And if you give me a brick watch, I can wear it on the stand. That's a rumor. I don't know if it's actually true, but I think it may be true. I think there may be receipts on that. I do not know whether or not he ever did get the brick watch from Dave Portnoy. But the joke about him asking for a watch is that he had no idea what time anything happened. No idea. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall. Morris Gump, correct. Sarah Levinson. Levinson testified that she was in the backseat passenger side of Matt McCabe's car as they drove by John O'Keefe's body at 1:45 a.m. She says she didn't notice his body despite being just feet away because she was turning to her left to look at Julie Nagel. Levinson revealed that she testified in front of the federal grand jury last May and told them that she saw grass on the ground, which meant that John's body couldn't have been covered in snow if he was there. That is Sarah Levinson's picture from her testimony during trial 1. Julie Nagel. Nagel previously told police that she saw a shadowy figure on the Albert's front lawn when she was finally interviewed by police 9 months later after O'Keefe's death and days after Reed's attorneys pointed out in court filings that not a single person inside the house saw John O'Keefe's body on the lawn. She wasn't interviewed until 9 months later and said during that interview that she saw a shadowy figure on the Albert's front lawn. She was interviewed days after Karen Reed's attorneys pointed out in court filings that not a single person inside the house saw O'Keefe's body on the lawn. Do you see how he puts all of the pieces together? All right, Amy, none of this helps the McAlberts in a defamation lawsuit. No, because if I'm his attorney, I am reading in full every single one of these articles in their footnotes to a jury. Let the jury decide if Aidan Carney was lying when he said, in his opinion, that these people had something to do with the death and or cover-up of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Or whether a reasonable person might come to the same conclusion. In her testimony, Nagel added new details about what she saw, changing her story from a shadowy figure to a 5 to 6 foot black blob. You remember that? I do. Nagel claims that she told the McCabes and Levinson about the black blob, but the McCabes denied that this happened. Nagel admitted on cross-examination that she found out about O'Keefe's death the next day and never alerted police about seeing his dead body on the lawn. Jennifer McCabe asked Nagel for a screenshot of her text message to her brother Ryan, asking for a ride. And then he writes, made up a new story. There's Julie Nagel on the stand. Terry Kuhn. The UC Davis DNA expert revealed that she was sent DNA swabs from the state police that they claim were from John O'Keefe's clothing, but she didn't witness them swab the clothing. The defense was not allowed access to the clothing, and Jarm's arm tissue samples have disappeared. Many of you might not know that. The defense was not allowed access to the clothing, and John's arm tissue samples have disappeared. The swabs revealed no dog DNA, but did reveal pig DNA for some reason. There's a picture of the witness from UC Davis, the DNA expert for the Commonwealth, Terry Kuhn. Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, Ricky D'Antuono. All three told the same story. They pulled up behind Karen Reed and arrived seconds after she did at 34 Fairview Road. They saw Karen alone in her car with her interior lights on and her taillights intact, and John O'Keefe was not inside or outside the car, meaning he had to be inside the house. Their testimony refuted the testimony of Matt McCabe and Brian Higgins, who both told police that Higgins' Jeep was parked outside the house. None of them saw this Jeep. Ryan Nagel was the first witness to tell the jury he spoke with federal investigators in May of 2023. Yes, he did mention the feds. He slipped. Adam Lally objected when Yannetti asked Nagel if she saw Karen Reed run John over with her car, which is an odd thing for a prosecutor to do when he's trying to convict Reed for running over John with her car. The testimony of these three witnesses helped Karen Reed immensely. There is Ryan Nagel on the left, Ricky D'Antuono on the right, Heather Maxson. Down below, Allie McCabe. Auntie Bev allowed a screenshot of McCabe's alleged text message with Colin Albert, which shows her picking him up at an undisclosed location at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, despite the fact that there were no text messages for weeks after then, and police never did an extraction report from her phone. McCabe testified that she dropped off Colin at his house at 12:20 and was in her house by 12:30, where she remained the rest of the night. McCabe's testimony conflicted with Chris Albert's testimony that suggested that Colin was dropped off at 12:45 a.m. McCabe was confronted with Life 360 data showing she was driving until at least 1:30 a.m. And when confronted with this data, she baselessly said it was untrue. After being caught lying with the Life 360 data, McCabe began looking at the jury and crying about alleged harassment from Turtleboy. Allie said, quote, Colin wasn't at the house at the same time John was there, end quote, making her the first witness to put John O'Keefe inside Brian Albert's house. And this is not hyperbole. Everything that he is saying, we were there, we watched it in real time. Allie McCabe said Colin wasn't at the house at the same time John was there. And she did cry, and she did talk about alleged harassment from Turtleboy. Here's the screenshot that was actually allowed to be introduced at trial. I have no idea in what world we were when this was in some way deemed to be authentic by the judge and allowed. So many people have dissected this text message. People far smarter than I am, who are experts in forensics and digital forensics. And many people seem to think that this was somehow doctored. I do not have an opinion on it because I do not know. But what this purports to be is a message from Colin Albert to Allie McCabe. So Allie McCabe would be in blue on your right. If you can come to your screen and look at this, it's probably the best way to do it. And what purports to be the date of January 28th, 2022 at 11:54 p.m. But above the date and timestamp of January 28th, 2022 at 11:54 p.m., above that is a text message from Colin to Allie on another day, we don't know when, that says, it says 12:17 a.m. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Mikey's making me shotgun. Sorry. And then Allie says, ha ha. We don't know if it was the day before, January 27th, the 12:17. We don't know. Shotgun a beer. Is that what he means? What I find interesting here is that didn't Colin testify, and you guys are here in the chat, you know the answer to this, Zoe, Emily C. I haven't been able to really watch the chat, so I don't know who else is here that would know the actual answer to this question. So only answer this if you know the actual answer. Didn't Colin say that he was at his friend Mikey's house before he went over to 34 Fairview that same night? Mikey, I forget his last name. Somebody needs to get his statement. Yeah, shotgun means front seat in other verbiage, in other contexts, but shotgun could be shotgun a beer, okay? Like you poke a hole in the bottom of it with a can opener, then you open it on the top, and then it shoots into your mouth. So I don't think he would be apologizing for Mikey making him sit in the front seat. It might have been another time when Allie was picking him up, and Allie was like, Allie's waiting outside, and he's like, sorry, Mikey's making me shotgun a beer. Sorry, I'm going to be a few minutes. Okay? That's what I think it means, because we know how much Colin likes his Bud Light. And I don't remember which friend Mikey it was, but somebody needs to get his statement. Yes, and he didn't remember who brought him to Fairview, says the brewer. So he says, Colin did mention being at another house prior to going to 34 Fairview. I don't remember the name of that person. I think it was a guy named Mikey, Mike something, because he was asked. See if I can scroll back and see if anybody remembers. Okay. So then this is what purports to be from January 28th, 2022 at 11:54 p.m. Colin saying, you can get me now, if easier. Allie responds, allegedly, okay, I am driving people home now at 11:55 p.m. She must have been the designated driver for the evening, which is honorable. Colin says, word, get me after. That's at 11:55 p.m. Allie says KK at 11:55 p.m. And then she says here at 12:10 a.m. And then Colin says, okay, at 12:10 a.m. And then it says their next text message thread is February 20th, 2022 at 7:09 p.m. where Allie says on a Zoom. And then Colin says, are you going to Will's? Let's go. It's your birthday. We are drinking. Now, look, kids communicate in a lot of different ways. Snapchat, Instagram. It's not always text message. But it fits the narrative that Allie arrived at 12:10 a.m. Colin said, okay. And somehow this was allowed into evidence. You can draw your own conclusions from that. Colin Albert, by far the worst witness in the Commonwealth has had so far, Colin came across arrogant and dishonest. Colin testified that he didn't talk with his parents at all about testifying at a murder trial in which anything he said could be used against him in future court proceedings. Colin said that the screenshot of his text message with Allie McCabe came from his father, Chris, not him. Colin said that he's not close with Courtney Proctor's family, but took this picture recently with Courtney Proctor's son. And then there's a picture of Colin and two boys. I'm not sure which one is her son. Colin didn't understand what antagonistic meant, so he asked Alan Jackson to use a different word. So he asked him if Michael Proctor was mean. Colin told an obvious lie about why his knuckles were cut up in a February 26, 2022 picture, claiming that he fell on ice and braced his fall by curling his fingers up into a fist and landing with his knuckles on the ice. He did say that. And this is the picture that is being referred to. And if you look at his right hand, you can see what appear to be some injuries or split open knuckles on his pointer finger, middle finger, and ring finger. Colin testified that he's never been in a fight and claims that the video of him threatening to F up and knock out KO Bang Bang was just an empty threat he made to a rival group of hockey players called the Advantage Boys. Colin followed Allie's lead and cried about harassment as a result of the Turtleboy articles about him. There's Colin Albert in his best good boy outfit. Oh, it looks like an Izod sweater. It's got the alligator on it. Mike Leonetti, thank you. Thank you. He did say he was at Mike. Thank you, Kelly. Bustin' Justin. Thank you so much. Mike Leonetti. He did say he was at Mikey Leonetti's house before he went to 34 Fairview, right? He did. Anybody ever talk to Mike Leonetti? I don't know. I'm not suggesting that you do that, but perhaps Aiden's team might want to. Oh, please. Kerry pointing out, I don't know why they would ever put him in a position to be deposed because he bombed on the stand. Got a nice plaid green and white checked, I would say. Green and white checked, like a gingham button-down shirt. Inside of an Izod navy blue sweater with a light blue trim around the collar. Somebody said that picture was taken at Fenway Johnny's. Mikazi G is here and says, them advantage boys. Yep. Bang, bang. I hope that's in one of the footnotes so we can watch that again. Matt McCabe. Matt McCabe says he was standing in the window looking outside after Karen Reed drove away, claims he saw V-shaped tire tracks in the road in less than an inch of snow, right? Because the weatherman did testify that there was only enough snow at that time to track a cat. Thank you, Josh, for your super chat saying, wasn't there only enough snow to track a cat? Yes. That's what the weatherman said. I thought he was a good witness. But he did not see the 220-pound black blob, John's body, which would have been directly in his line of vision if he saw the tire tracks. Matt testified that his wife, Jennifer McCabe, fell asleep shortly after arriving home at 2 a.m. Her Apple Health data shows that she was awake until Karen Reed called her at 4:53 a.m. And she Googled Haas Long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. Matt, for the first time, said that he saw missing taillight on Karen Reed's car when she came to get Jen at his house at 5:30 a.m. while he was looking out the window. Did she back into his driveway? If not, how could he see the back of her car? Matt says that Michael Proctor made him go upstairs and sit in his bedroom when they interviewed Jen McCabe. Normally, witness statements in murder trials take place at police stations and are recorded. Not John O'Keefe's murder, though. The witnesses get interviewed in their homes and nothing is recorded. Matt insists that Higgins' Jeep was parked outside the house and that he saw Karen's Lexus in 3 separate spots outside the house, but he did not see John inside the vehicle. Yes, I call them curtain twitchers. They were twitching the curtains inside 34 Fairview, looking outside every so often. Jen and Matt McCabe both testified that they saw Karen Reed's car in front of the driveway, and I'm summarizing, and then moved up a bit, and then moved up by the flagpole. Curtain twitching inside this party where they were playing loud music and having a grand old time. And those two were curtain twitching about the 3 different positions in which they saw Karen Reed's car. Do you remember? Because I do, because we were there and we read all the statements multiple times. Matt was noticeably bothered by Yannetti's questions and nervously laughed more than once. Matt was confronted with group text messages between him, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Jen McCabe that he clearly hadn't seen before. He pretended not to be able to see it without a flashlight. Oh, yeah. Remember that all of the trouble they had to go through to get Matt McCabe a flashlight to read those text messages because it was too dark inside the witness box. One of the texts referred to the Alberts' neighbors as the Asian house, and 2 of the jurors are Asian men. The text messages show Matt telling the group to tell Chris Albert to tell WBZ reporters that the guy never came in the house, to which Brian Albert responded, exactly. Listen, plaintiffs, you want to go, we're going to go. You want to footnote this stuff, we're going to read it. We're going to read it. Brian Albert, why did you respond to Matt McCabe when he said, tell him the guy never went in the house? Why did you respond exactly? Boom. These text messages, for those of you who don't know, were turned over by the feds in a federal document dump. It's called a TUI dump, T-O-U or T-U-O-H-Y. In order for the federal government to turn over information to parties in a criminal case, a specific motion has to be made under a case called TUI, in which it needs to be court ordered that these documents are allowed to be provided in a case in which the feds are not a party to the action. And so that's what was done. And before trial number 1, Josh Levy, who was the acting, I think, U.S. attorney at the time for Massachusetts, said in a conference call to both attorneys, in good conscience, I cannot allow this case to go to trial. I am hereby turning over to you over 3,000 pages in our investigation into the investigation of the murder of John O'Keefe, and contained in the federal TUI dump were group text messages that the McCabes and the Alberts clearly did not know that the feds had. And that is why Matt McCabe looked like a scared rabbit on the stand when he was presented with these text messages. However, they weren't just provided to the defense, they were provided also to the Commonwealth. And Adam Lally knew, or should have known, because Laura McLaughlin said she read the entire dump and nothing in there was exculpatory. And clearly Matt McCabe was not prepped on this evidence. Clearly. Which is the Commonwealth's fault. But we were there. We saw him in real time freak out when he saw it and had to read this in front of the jury. Here's a diagram of 34 Fairview with some pink writing on it. And it shows, I think, circling that window. That's where Matt McCabe said he first saw, or the window he was looking out of, and then an arrow to the street. Jen McCabe. Jen added tons of new details to her previous statements with police, all of which were designed to make Karen Reed sound out of control and guilty. Jen sent a text message to John O'Keefe at 4:59 a.m. saying, "We need to find you," which is suspicious because if she thought he was missing and alive, she'd probably say, "Where are you?" And there's the same text message that he tweeted, and that was in another footnote. But here it is again in another footnote from Jen McCabe to JJ. "Karen is worried. We need to find you." 1:29:22 at 4:59:49 a.m. Jen fake cried on the stand twice while retelling her story. Jen attempted to tell a long and detailed story explaining what she was doing at the time of her 227 Google search for Haas Long to Die in Cold, but got cut off by Auntie Bev. Jen appeared to show disgust and disdain for Karen Reed by showing genuine emotion while looking for John. Jen testified that when her, Karen Reed, and Carrie Roberts arrived back at John's house before they found his body, that Karen pointed out in John's driveway that she had a cracked taillight. She said that Karen was screaming and directed their attention to the back right taillight, that Jen saw missing pieces of taillight, and that Carrie was screaming back at Karen and telling her she was crazy. Shortly after that, Adam Lally played surveillance video of the incident in question, and it revealed that Jen was lying about all of this. Oh, is he giving us the video? Oh, okay. We got the video. I think we need to watch it because it's part of the footnote.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and she says, "Look, see, I have a cracked taillight."
Sorry.
Here's the video. Nobody looks at the taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Ms. Roberts' attentions?
The back right.
So passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when
And there again, nobody's looking at the taillight. Just run right into the house. That's when Karen forgot to take her shoes off. Or she didn't take off her shoes. What? Oh, that's small. Okay, I can't play that because it's music. I'll get stricken. I guess that's part of the embellished. Hold on. Does it go back to Jen McCabe at all? Okay, yeah, it does. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
Again.
And at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the crack tail?
Not long, because then Carrie's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house.
Again, the video.
Always lying to me. You lying.
I don't know who this guy is, but he's funny. And there is the famous picture of Jennifer McCabe in a not very flattering freeze frame. Jen McCabe thinks she can talk her way out of anything. Ultimately, her arrogance will be her undoing because she's not going to be able to outfox Alan Jackson on Tuesday. And there it is. A fine piece of writing, by the way. And for those people who did not watch the trial that week, I thought it was a pretty good summary. Going back all the way to trial number 1. And again, this is a footnote. In their lawsuit, Canton Cover-Up, Part 354, McAlbert slide their way through week 3 testimony and Karen retrial, May 21, 2024. I would read that entire thing to the jury because it is in the complaint of the plaintiffs as a footnote, and it's fair game. All right, back to the papers. And what they said about this, Part 354. On May 21, 2024, Carney published Part 354 of his Canton Cover-Up series, in which he summarized the testimony of the plaintiffs and claimed that the plaintiffs lied their way through testimony. He claimed that they have all nearly identical, well-rehearsed stories, which isn't surprising because they've had 2 years to make sure they have them straight. And their lives depend on the consistency. He also explained that all the plaintiffs were caught in lies at some point during their testimony. Well, we just read the whole entire article. We watched the videos, and I think a reasonable person could agree that what he is saying is true. And that he believed it to be true. What do you think? On June 7th, 2024, Carney joined the Morning Club YouTube channel to discuss the Reed trial. Footnote 37, after being praised for literally creating all of the fanfare surrounding Reed's trial, Carney touted that people believed, in response to Carney's coverage of the case, that the plaintiffs engaged in, quote, a legitimate cover-up and a framing of an innocent woman in order to protect some of the most unlikable people ever. Like, it's not like they're trying to cover up and protect likable, nice people. Like, they are protecting Jennifer McCabe, who nobody likes. She's like a Disney villain. She's so bad. And like, you're protecting her, of all people. This is footnote 37, which is the alternate corner video. And the thing is that I have this pulled up for you, but for some reason, I can't find this portion in the transcript. So I'm going to play a little portion of it where he comes onto the show. It's called the alternate corner. Oops. And see if we can see it, but we'll just get an idea of the things that he said on this channel. And again, since this is not time-stamped for anyone, the judge isn't going to know where to go. Language Warning again. Let's see.
But we went there instead of actually keep it on track. But right, going back, you're obviously journalist first. You obviously, do you see yourself now as a bit of a streamer as well? Because are you going to continue streaming a lot more, or because obviously you've gone from however hundreds maybe watching live to now thousands upon thousands watching you live. You've got the market there, so are you still going to continue doing that after?
Oh, absolutely. I remember like prior to Canton, when if we got like 300 or 400 people on live, I was like, "Ooh, that's a big night. That was a big night. We had a lot of people there. That was a lot of people." And now it's like, bro, if it's 7,500, it's pretty standard for the live, and then afterwards it's like 80,000. Like that blew up quickly. I remember the first time I did a Canton show, it was like we'd never cracked 1,000 before, and we got like 2.1 thousand that night. It's like, what the hell? It grew fast, man. It grew fast. And so now I'm like,
he's got a lot more than 2,100 watching him just on the daily when he does his bus stop live every morning. Does that mean that all of these people are being brainwashed into believing what he's saying, or that many people are interested in this case and that's why they started watching him?
nobody ever called me like a streamer before or a YouTube guy. I was like, I'm a writer who had this show that most readers didn't even watch anyway. Now it's like, I think most people would classify me more as a video guy than a written guy. I still like to write as much as possible, but it's just a lot easier to just talk than it is to write. Like, it takes up so much less time just to get all your thoughts out. But I still like to, update the website as much as possible. And just to archive it, because this is YouTube. You don't actually own this content. You know what I mean? Like, YouTube can take away your channel at any point and make your stuff go bye-bye. And like it never existed. So that's why I like to put stuff on my platform, so I own it forever.
No, I don't blame you. And that's something, obviously, you just said, like, you've grown that. I'm way behind you, obviously. I want to make the next step of where you used to be. That's my aim. And then, obviously, go to where you are. So, you are going to inspire lots of people. You are, like, you're the OG now of what the current week content was. Obviously, you've got the Glarer, Brian LCL, Tom CPU.
Yeah, like, look at all the channels.
Great.
Look at the Young Jerks. Dude, his last night, he got over 6,000 live viewers. Like, that's amazing. Wild. Sean in the Gulf, like, his ratings are through the roof now. Like,
no, that's not Broken Baker. His name is Dylan. Somebody said he's Welsh. And his show is called The Alternate Corner. Let me just see if we can get to.
Getting the more people talking about this, the better. It's replaced television. Like, who wants to watch TV? Like, who wants to turn on Court TV and listen to a bunch of uninformed idiots like Plevin and others, when you can just turn on YouTube and listen to an attorney like Mark Betterow or a former DEA agent like Sean in the Gulf or whoever, and it's just so much better.
No, I agree. And indirectly, like someone like me, from international waves and stuff like that, I'm just trying to concentrate on doing the trial, because I don't want to step on toes either, because I respect the fact that all these local people and the Glarer have been covering for a year. I'm so blessed to have Sean on every day, obviously, coming on my channel. My channel's blown up as well. That's obviously Sean, yourself, everyone. That is just like, wow. And honestly, I've got over 8,000 people now, which fucking hell. Hey, what's going on? That for me was unheard of. You know what I mean? So that's indirectly thanks to you as well. There's lots of people asking questions here. I'll try and get to your questions, people. I really will try and get to them. So I'm trying to mark them as I go along here. So yeah, your growth there. Now, I want to go into a little bit with the court element of it. Hold on.
There's something about the Disney princess. Is that's why they quote this? Hold on.
charged with Proctor. She put in the jury charged with witness intimidation against the big bad Marine, Yuri Bukaki, and I'm also charged with Proctor. She put an exemption because she wanted to. She knows she has to narrowly tailor her speech order, so she narrowly tailored it by allowing me to.
It's
be
not
in with
Baker.
Cops.
It is not Baker.
They shouldn't be scared like Brian Albert is, and so yeah. And the question about how the jury reacted to the alter video, they were shocked. Like that's the best way, and they were alert. There's one juror in particular who I notice has the least attention span of all of them. It's a woman. She has a tendency to kind of look around and be bored at sometimes. And Lally is just killing.
Do we watch the Disney villain part? Okay, that's why it was. That's why it was quoted. Back to the papers. On June 22nd, 2024, the video that we just watched a portion of. No, that's back here. Like they're protecting Jennifer McCabe, who nobody likes. She's like a Disney villain. She's so bad. And like you're protecting her of all people. That was the alternate corner video that we just watched a small portion of. And then on June 22nd, 2024, Carney hosted his weekend live show as Reed's defense team began presenting their case. During the show, Carney directed comments towards a member of the Albert family and said, "Your family murdered a cop, a human being, and then they covered it up. Then they blamed an innocent woman. This is not an opinion. It is a fact. It is an undeniable fact. The bigger injustice is that John O'Keefe was murdered by the McAlberts, footnote 39, and left outside to die." The thing is that when you go to footnote 38 and you click on this link, it says video no longer available. That is supposed to be episode 673. This actual link says video is no longer available. And then footnote 39 says McAlberts became shorthand for the McCabes and the Albert families to Carney and his followers. I don't know who originally coined that phrase, but they're saying that Aiden did. But that show apparently is no longer there, or they hyperlinked the wrong show. In March of 2025, HBO released a 5-part docuseries covering Karen Reed's first trial in depth, which featured interviews with Reed, Jackson, and Yannetti filmed during Reed's first trial. Episode 2 features the relationship that developed between Reed and Carney before and during trial. Yannetti admitted that they wanted media coverage of her case. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Initially, there was no coverage, but according to Yannetti, quote, "The Karen Reed case really started to blow up when Turtleboy started shining a light on Karen's innocence," end quote. Yannetti did not disclose that it was Reed and her team who recruited Carney to disseminate Reed's false statements. Well, since all of these statements were in the court papers, couldn't an argument be made that Karen Reed and her attorneys believed all of these statements to be true based on the behavior of the plaintiffs in this lawsuit in and around and after January 28th of 2022, their statements that were inconsistent, their trial testimony, their testimony in front of the state and federal grand jury? You still have to prove the falsity of the statements that you, as a plaintiff, had nothing to do with the murder and or cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe. That is a very, very difficult thing to prove. But let's keep going. Reed admitted that her lawyers said that she could prove information to Carney so long as it was public. I'm sorry, she could provide information to Carney. Okay. Reed admitted that her lawyers said that she could provide information to Carney so long as it was public, but advised her not to speak with him directly. Nevertheless, she said she, quote, got nervous about who she was using as a third party, end quote. So she ended up developing a direct relationship with Carney herself. They, quote, started talking about the case probably once a day, 5 to 6 days a week, end quote. Reed, however, failed to disclose to HBO that her counsel on her behalf were directly communicating with Carney at the outset of the defamation scheme. Larry, 77, pointing out this case is really going to put themselves on trial. I mean, it falls under the category of you better want what you wish for, right? There is nothing wrong with defense counsel trying to get their client's story out. Unless, of course, there's a gag order on the case, which there never was on this case. But you may recall, if you're following Aaron Spencer's attorneys could not speak to the media because Judge Barbara Elmore slapped down a gag order right after, very close in time to Aaron Spencer's first court appearance, that the Arkansas Supreme Court deemed to be completely unconstitutional. And after that, it was stricken. In the same HBO series, one of Carney's followers admitted that Carney had spurred them to take public action. Another admitted that Turtleboy was the reason there were people outside the courthouse every single day. End quote. The documentary features footage of Carney conceding that his purpose in canvassing the communities and creating a daily courthouse presence was to affect the jury pool. Canvassing the communities? Carney's followers were so incendiary that the judge created a 200-foot buffer zone around the courthouse and ordered that no one carry any signs or wear clothing with the intent to influence what was happening inside during the trial. Nevertheless, Carney's followers, who were steeped in his lies about the plaintiffs, showed up every day chanting, "Free Karen Reed." Because you were steeped in his lies, you were all duped. And wearing pink as a symbol of their support. Well, you know what's interesting about this whole HBO allegations here? These allegations about the HBO show is that there's no footnote for that. There's no footnote for that. Moving on. E, the run-up to Reed's trial. On July 1, 2024, a mistrial was declared in Reed's first trial after 8 jurors decided that Reed was guilty of manslaughter. But 4 jurors disagreed. Well, you're stating that as fact. Do we ever really get confirmation? Because the judge never polled the jury. But they're stating as a fact in their pleadings that 8 jurors decided Reed was guilty of manslaughter, but 4 jurors disagreed. I don't know that that was ever officially confirmed. And on a motion to dismiss before discovery, a judge has to take everything that is contained within this complaint as true and factual. So I don't know about that, because this went all the way up to the highest court in Massachusetts about whether or not Karen Reed, whether or not double jeopardy applied. And the SJC said that it does not. They even tried to get this issue to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they took it on a federal track too. It didn't go anywhere. And then there was trial number 2. Hold, please. Following the deadlock, the Commonwealth announced its intention to retry the case. Carney and Reed persisted in their defamation campaign against the plaintiffs. Well, here's what happened, okay? I don't remember how long they took the Commonwealth to declare that they were going to retry her, but it wasn't very long after the mistrial, right? So they were doubling down. They were doubling down on the conspiracy theory that Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe by immediately announcing its intention to try her again, despite the fact that the jury was hung and despite the amount of money that they tried, that it cost them to try Karen Reed once. It was practically immediate, right? I thought so too. And so I think in a lot of ways that angered the public even more because they watched the first trial and they watched the mess that was the first trial. But sure, go on and try and blame Karen Reed and Aidan Carney for their defamation campaign because the Commonwealth decided right away they were going to persecute her again. Margaret, thank you for being here for 22 months. Says, I'm glad Julie Grant has left Core TV. She's biased. She was actually fired. She didn't leave of her own choosing. And she has since gone on to do, I don't know, at least one morning show with Jennifer Coffendoffer. Helena from Sweden says, I would have texted, Karen is worried. Where the hell are you? Why say we need to find you? Weird question, as if she knew he was, quote, gone, right? That is up to a jury's interpretation, but thank you for yours, Helena, and for your super chat. Overruled, sit down, says, my dad was a cop and we were not allowed into his room if he was sleeping. Thank you. Overruled, sit down for your 5. Scott McGinnis says, this civil suit seems ill-fated, even may backfire. Thank you, Scott McGinnis. Boots on the ground for being here for 24 months. We love you. Martina Vibrant became a member. Welcome. Martina says, I missed you. You look gorgeous with the caramel-colored hair. It's actually pretty blonde, but I don't know. The lighting is weird. Thank you so much. It is spring, turning into summer. I needed to be blonder. And I thank you so much for tuning in from New Zealand and super chatting. Teresa said, thanks for going over all this. I love you with all my heart. I love you more. Teresa's the one who's responsible for the tiny Jesus emoji. And so thank you, Teresa, right? Isn't that true? There's tiny Jesus's emoji. For those of you new members, we have special emojis, most of which were curated throughout the Karen Reed trial. Jody says, anybody who doesn't know where Aidan got his moniker, there's a unique statue in our hometown of Worcester, Mass. Look up the turtle statue. Yes, you are correct. Thank you very much, Jody. Making Law Simple says, it's time for Melanie to get in on a Lego stream. Listen, I barely have time to do my own shows. I don't even know how to do Legos. But if I ever do have some spare time, I would love to do some Legos with you. I would love to. It's just very hard for me to find the time to go on other people's shows when I barely have time to do my own. I'm a very busy mother. Okay, what is this? Flower Skis says, username equals Flower Skis. Julie's fake outrage reminds me of Judge Janine Pirro. Thank you so very much for that. Janine Pirro. I did do a show on Janine Pirro's take on something once. I don't think it was this trial. I think it was something else. Do you guys remember? I know you click bricks together. I know. I just don't have time. I don't have time for anything. Fairy Raven is a beautiful soul who gifted 5 memberships all the way from Ireland. Thank you so much. There's over 5,500 of you here right now. And I love you all so much for being here. And I would love if you would hit the like button because it helps the algorithm. The algorithm for YouTube has changed and they want you to watch more shorts and AI videos, and they do not want you watching long form content, which is exactly what this is, long form content. It's going to be even longer because I feel like we're never, ever getting back together. And we are never, ever going to finish this complaint because there are so many footnotes. Paragraph 92. For example, on July 22nd, 2024, Carney hosted a live show from outside the courtroom during a pretrial hearing. The video, which is set outside the courthouse, depicts Carney confronting a police officer who was directing Carney away from an individual whom the court had restrained Carney from contacting. Carney proceeded to harass other supporters of the O'Keefe family outside the courthouse by saying, they're just supporting cop killers. They're supporting the cop killing McAlberts. That's what they're here to do. These are the cop killing McAlberts. These are the people supporting the cop killers who murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. He asked the bystanders, are you proud to support cop killers like the McAlberts? He continued, I didn't kill someone like Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and they all did. I didn't kill anyone, but they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. Well, we're going to need to go to that. July 22nd, 2024 video. Because really, these things need to be in their full context. Okay? Sharon is here. She's crocheting and enjoying watching. Always. Thank you, Sharon. Being here for 30 months. It is Laura Pascal's birthday. She says, it's my birthday, so everyone has to hit the like button. It's the law. Thank you, Lauren. All right, so let's see if we can find any defamation outside of opinion in this July 22nd, 2024 video, which they just told us about. But as they often do, it seems, in my opinion, they leave a lot of the context out. And when I play a video, it's good because I get to rest my voice for a moment. And also, oh, I don't know, just kicked me off. And also, I get to eat a little bit of my breakfast, which is, I don't like eating on camera. I actually hate it. So enjoy this footnote. Footnote 40. Turtleboy Live, Karen Reed hearing live outside of court, July 22nd, 2024. This was after the mistrial was granted. And let's see, what, if anything, Aiden does. And if it's what they say, he does. Trigger warning for language. As always, I'll be right back. I know, I didn't even eat my breakfast yet. It's 3:30, I know.
All right, guys, are we live? Let's see. We're walking into, I'm here with Scott McGinnis here. How you doing, Scott? Let's see. I'm seeing if let's see. I don't see any thumbs up. Let's see, 20, 30 seconds in.
Shout out to Scott McGinnis. Hold on, Scott McGinnis. I'm going to give you your FaceTime. Scott McGinnis is everywhere, always with a flag. Best flag holder and waiver ever. Stephanie, thank you so much for your very generous 100 Venmo. This lawsuit screams defensive confusion and distraction and has no legs and will backfire. Thank you, Stephanie, for your very generous Venmo and for your opinion. Here you go, Scott. Everyone shout out to Scott McGinnis.
All right, guys, are we live? Let's see. We're walking into, I'm here with Scott McGinnis here. How you doing, Scott? Let's see. I'm seeing if let's see. I don't see any thumbs up. Let's see, 20, 30 seconds in. I don't know. Hot.
There's already a lot of people out
here. Can you see if we're live on yours? Because I see 0 people here. Hold on. Let me check.
I just got a notification.
That I'm live? Okay, I see somebody there now. Okay, Amy. All right, so I think we're good. We're there. We're good. All right, guys. So what's up, guys? I'm outside. I'm here with Scott McGinnis. We're outside of.
I see it now.
There we go. We're good. Okay, awesome. So what's up, guys? I'm outside of Dedham District Court right now, about to walk into Norfolk Superior Court for the protest. We are down here to support justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed. So we're gonna go over.
The blue shirts are already here.
Oh, are they? Okay. Well, hopefully no one with the restraining order. Hopefully no one have a restraining. Is that Joe Krowski? Where's the crosswalk? Let's see. Oh, there's the crosswalk.
wearing the wrong color.
All right, so we're down here. We're protesting for John O'Keefe. Let's see. Walking wherever I feel like walking. So that's 10 yards right there. She's definitely within 10 yards of me, knowing she has an order on me. She came here anyway, so that's on her. That's on her. All right, so here we go. Oh, we got a couple.
He's referring to Kate Peter, aka Mafia Masshole, who had a restraining order on him at the time and showed up anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Got a couple of supporters of cop killers here. Here we are. Here they are. All right.
What's up, pussy?
Oh, what's up, pussy? He said,
Pussy.
I am? How am I a pussy?
You're a pussy. Like to spread lies, misinformation.
Wait, who is that guy yelling at Turtleboy? He's one of the people who came out with Kate Peter after she rallied a couple of people to come. Look at this, though. This guy accosts him. Hold on. I mean, this is showing like the opposite of what they think it's showing, right? Who is this guy? Anybody know? This guy. He's got a Red Sox hat on. America backs the blue is what his t-shirt says. And this is supposed to show, yes, that Turtleboy is the bad guy. Tony Fed? I don't know who Tony Fed is, but okay, thanks you guys. I don't know who Tony Fed is. Is that his real name, Tony Fed, or is that a nickname? Or like Tony Federale? Okay. All right. I don't know who Tony Fed is. I don't know where he fits into the NPC credits here. Turtleboy wrote a story about Turtleboy. Oh, okay. All right. Here it is. Try not to put that word in the chat, the P word, please, because YouTube doesn't like it. Here we go.
Right.
What's up, pussy?
Oh, what's up, pussy? He said,
Pussy.
I am? How am I a pussy?
You're a pussy. Like to spread lies, misinformation.
Didn't you? Aren't you the guy that ripped off the Weymouth police?
So. That was all bullshit. The chances were with me.
No, I don't think the
Oh, it sounds like Turtleboy wrote a story about him ripping off the Weymouth police. Well, that would make sense why he hates Turtleboy. Turtleboy bad. And would show up there to specifically just harass him. Okay.
I like you very much. Really? How much money did you make off that? How much money
you fucking pussy?
How much money did you make off that?
Pussy.
How much money did you make off that?
You're a fucking pussy. I made nothing because I did it for free, you fucking jackass. How many t-shirts you fucking selling?
Didn't you try to do it for a free motorcycle?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I don't know. Turtleboy comes with receipts, but this guy clearly has a beef with him, and it seems pretty obvious. Okay.
Okay. So if you'll excuse me, I'm just trying to walk by
okay.
here,
You get my face on there, you fucking pussy?
Unfortunately, I do.
Put it on there, you fucking jackass.
Okay. So this is how they behave on the other side.
Yeah, okay.
This is how the supporters of the McAlberts behave.
Whose mother you call a cunt?
This is how they behave.
Mother's the cunt, you
this
fucking
is how
pussy.
they behave. This is...
Okay, I'm really sorry, but I did trigger warning you ahead of time. So please, if you have me, my nurses, who I know my nurses love to watch from the hospitals on like a public computer, or sometimes I'm on the TV at the nail salon or the hair salon, because many of you own hair and nail salons. Take me off the TV in the waiting room right now. Here you go.
How they behave.
Get the fuck out of here.
This is the people claiming to want justice for John, but really they're just supporting cop killers. They're supporting the cop killing McAlberts. That's what they're here to do. So these are cop killing McAlberts.
Tony Fed's a disgrace
These are the people supporting the cop murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. Yes, they did.
Hey, Turtleboy.
How's my skin? Oh, it was. Why would I be going back? Why would I be going back? Well, I didn't kill someone like Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and them all did. I didn't kill anyone, but they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. They threw him outside like trash. He was a police officer. He was a police officer, and they murdered him. They left him outside to die like trash. Look at these people. They're here to support cop killers.
I mean, these are all of the statements that they quoted in their papers that are defamatory. Yeah, Turtleboy may have an order on Kate Peter right now, and you are correct, Michelle. But at the time, I believe that she had an order against him, and then she showed up anyway, knowing that he was going to be there. I believe. Because isn't that what he just said? Okay. Emily, thank you for pointing this out and reminding me of this too. Emily says, it always makes me feel better to remember that these are the people behind the burners attacking me. Me and you and Kelly Reed and everyone else who knows that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. A car did not hit John O'Keefe.
The cop killers! Cop killers!
They're here to support cop killers. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, he's so mad.
He's so mad.
Who are you?
Yeah, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you?
Find out, son.
Who are you? What am I going to find out? What am I going to find out?
Yeah.
Who are you? So you're here to support the cop killers, correct?
Yeah.
Sir, what's your name?
What's your fucking name, sir?
No, we don't need that. What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? Do you have a name or? I mean,
Notice that there is what appears to be perhaps a state trooper in between these two groups of people. And he's just trying to keep the peace. He's not really keeping them away from each other, but this is all on camera. And this is one of the very few days that people in blue shirts showed up to support, I don't know who. I mean, they say that they're there to support the O'Keefes, but were they really there to support the House defendants? I don't know. Tracy V says Jen's sister is hiding behind the sign. Okay, did not know that. Scott McGinnis says the state police community action team officers weren't used to having opposing blue shirts there. Usually 100% free Karen Reed outside of court. Chastity Danielle says, say what you want about Turtleboy. He's unshakable. She never had an order on him, is what you're saying? Hold on. Capable humans. I need somebody who really knows the answer to this. She never had an order on Turtleboy. So he had an order against her. Isn't that what I said? I think that's what I said, right? Okay. Moving forward. There's been a lot of restraining orders in this case. Thank you. Turtleboy had the order on her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. But she showed up anyway, knowing that he was going to be there. And then I think he does go to law enforcement at some point during this video. And he's like, I've got an order against her. She's here. Where do I need to be or something? It's been for 3 years now. People are saying, okay, correct. All right, moving on.
Are you proud to support?
Go back a little bit.
Who are you? What am I going to find out? What am I going to find out?
Yeah.
Who are you? So you're here to support the cop killers, correct?
Yeah.
Sir, what's your name?
What's your fucking name, sir?
No, we don't need that. What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? Do you have a name or? I mean, are you proud to support cop killers like the McAlberts, sir? Are you? Are you proud to support? Well, the ARCA experts say that she didn't hit him.
I'm supporting a factually innocent woman.
The jury, well, sorry. Well, the jury voted 12-0 to acquit her, though.
No, they actually didn't.
They didn't. It was actually confirmed by Christina Rex again today. Yet another person. Yet another person. Oh no, a rubber ducky. Watch out. I know you guys are really scared of rubber duckies. I know you guys are really scared of rubber duckies. I know you guys are really scared of rubber duckies. So anyway, what do you guys think of the ARCA experts? Any comment on them? Any comment on them?
Okay. He had an order on Kate Peter. Lindsay Gattani had an order on him, right? That's why they kept bringing Lindsay Gattani to court. Kate Peter, he had an order against Kate Peter, and he's had one for 3 years. I think that's where we're leaving off. And if I misstated that, I am retracting and correcting. Yes. And Livia said, Aiden, yes, Aiden had the order on Kate Peter, and the cop told Aiden to leave, not Kate Peter. LOL. Okay, thanks, Olivia. Here we go.
T-shirt guy you are.
Okay. Okay.
I back the O'Keefe family.
No, you don't.
Not you clown.
No, you don't. Any comment on ripping off Michael Chesney's family, Tony?
Coming, are you scared? You
Okay.
pussy?
Yeah, I am scared, Tony. I'm real scared of you. I am. You're right. I am. Thank you for saying that. Appreciate that. I'm really scared of you. Thank you.
Come on.
I'm really scared of you, Tony. So anyway, this is the other side. These are the kind of degenerates that come out for the other side. Look, I mean, just look at this guy. His name is Tony Federico. Oh, this is what they do. This is what they do.
Okay, his name is Tony Federico. I guess if you want to go to Turtleboy's webpage or, you know, his history of articles, you can look up Tony Federico. He's apparently something about ripping off the Chesna family or something like that. I'm not really sure. I'm not that, heavily. I know a lot about a lot. I know a lot about this case. I know a lot. I don't know a lot about the NPCs in this case that Turtleboy has written about throughout the decade of coverage that he did on corruption in Massachusetts before the Karen Reed trial. I can't be expected to know everything, but I know that you guys do. Here we go.
What's up? Yeah, where have they been? I don't know. I'd ask them, but they don't like doing it. Anyway, we're gonna walk this way. So anyway, we got way more people anyway. All right. How's everybody doing today? Good, looking sharp. Excellent. I'm good, thank you. Nice crowd we have out here, and it's early. I like it. We ain't got no quit. Factually innocent. Nice to see you. What's up, buddy?
Where's Meredith?
She's coming. Yeah, I had to get here early because trespassing. Sure. Let's do it.
Want to take your picture?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, are you guys
Yes, sir. Oh, I was actually bullied by Cam Sanchez. You remember him?
Oh, I wrote about him.
Yeah, he's a dick. What do you think?
Oh, you from Canton?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Thanks for coming out to support.
Wade?
I know Julie Albert knows him.
Yep, I got in trouble by Officer Wade a lot. Oh, and I almost got charged by Officer Good back then.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
All right.
Is Officer
What's
Good
up?
corrupt?
Yes, I believe they're all corrupt.
Yep, they are.
How are we doing over here, guys? So we got more people here. Excellent. Coming out to support the cause. Excellent. So the person who has a restraining order, who you have a restraining order on, is here, I believe.
all the way down
Yeah.
there?
I crossed the street and she didn't get away from more than 10 yards away from me. So that would be a violation of the order. We're going to have to talk to the police later about that. But you can go wherever you want. I mean, it's a free country. You're allowed to walk around.
Getting coffee then a little bit. She has to leave.
Yep, she's going to have to. So anyway, guys, again, I know I'm not trying to engage. I'm just standing where I always stand. I know I said don't engage, but I'm standing right there. I had to walk through them to get here. So I just wanted to film that in case they tried any shenanigans on my way in. You know what I mean? Anyway, again, let them be the douchebags. I just stood there. I just walked right by and I let them act like savages, I have not much else to say. I have a right to be here. Anyway, I did engage. All right, we're gonna block. Matt's blocked. Let's block Matt. He's removed. Okay, we're gonna hide him. You're done. You're not gonna come on here and lie. I didn't engage shit. I filmed myself walking in because the person who I have a restraining order on was right there, and I wanted to make sure it was caught on video when she didn't move. And if you rewind the tape, she didn't move. So shut the fuck up, Matt Ward. Go fuck yourself, okay? Secondly, I had to walk through the gauntlet. He physically blocked me. I wanted that on tape, okay? And that's what I do. I come here and I ask people questions and I fucking report it. It's what I always do. You don't like that? Go watch something else. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Anyway, yeah, he came up to me, exactly. So Matt Ward can go fuck himself, all right? Anyway, let's see, what else? Anybody else here? No need to apologize. Yeah, but I'll stay safe. Don't worry. Again, I have my piece of paper here that entitles me to be within 50 yards of this courthouse whenever I feel like it. All right, doesn't matter who shows up here. So I have a safe zone. I have a safe space. She does not. Again, she's seeking me out I have an order on her. She's seeking me out. So there's that.
So, and then I didn't realize I changed.
Tan looks good. Okay, cool. Anyway, probably not going to be live. I'll probably go live when we're a little bit closer, but I just wanted that on film. I also wanted to get like a visual of what it's like over here. Obviously, there's no buffer zone this time around, so it's very different. It's very different, but you know, hello, how are you? It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Turtle. I accept that. Doctor will be okay, but you know, it's really a doctor, yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, doctor, but okay. I won't hold it against you. All right.
Remember roast beef Ronnie?
Yes, sir.
Roast beef Ronnie.
He's that guy. I have a video of me trolling roast beaf Ronnie. He shut the windows on me.
All right, bet. Sure.
You want me to take your picture?
Melissa wants to know who else is getting all hyped again from rewatching all of these old Turtleboy videos and the other videos that we're watching. The opposite effect they wanted. So far, not one of the footnotes relates to anything Karen Read said on camera anywhere. So there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of evidence or footnotes regarding Karen Read. Dakota Girl says, I miss that Turtleboy. We need you back. Kim says, I love Turtleboy. He makes me laugh. He does not lie. This was back after the mistrial when the Commonwealth, announced to the world that they were going to try Karen Read again, effing again, which I think was because in that federal Tui dump that I told you about earlier was the ARCA reports. The crash daddies were originally hired by the FBI to determine whether or not it was possible for John O'Keefe to be hit by a car. And they determined no. It was impossible. And as Dr. La Posada famously said, under oath, he wasn't hit by a car, so it doesn't matter.
Right? Yes, you do it because I suck at it.
Oh yeah, you heard about skinny pizza? Roast beef Ronnie.
He doesn't like to check a time from there for some reason.
Oh yeah, I put
Awesome. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah,
you can always have another. You can never have enough. I did, and on video. And she didn't move. She just stood there. So
How's the McCabe?
he looks like a McCabe, right? Yeah.
Matt McCabe.
Yeah. So
Does Matt have a brother?
yeah, he's got two brothers. Yeah, at least. Oh, I'm sure it's probably. Yeah, I don't really care. If he doesn't want to talk, he doesn't want to talk. He's allowed to.
Violating right now.
What's up?
He's violating.
Oh, I know. We should get a tape measure out because she's not leaving. She's right down there. How's it going? How are you guys? So if I want to walk down there, which is my right, I don't feel safe because she's down there. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I was trying to go. So there's I wanted to go get a bottle of water down there, but unfortunately the person who I have a restraining order on is standing there, like blocking my path. So I don't even know what to do. Like, I shouldn't feel unsafe, I'm not sure why she's doing that. All right. But, yeah, we have a right to be here. Okay. So anyway, let's see. I will be. They're playing the song. I love it. They're playing the song. Yes. You're live right now, but
No. I don't want to do it.
Well, too bad. We're live. So if you want to talk, you're live. Just let you know.
I was going to tell you something.
Okay. All right. No, if you want to tell me something privately, now is not the time. Okay. Thank you. All right. So the bang bang. I love it.
Oh, the Bang Bang song. Oh, I love the Bang Bang song.
Tell the truth. All right. What's up?
My husband came up with that.
Double Jeopardy is not a game show. I like that one. That's a good one.
Oh, shout out. Does that mean who this is with the sign? Double Jeopardy is not a game show. Oh, I love that. I love that sign. The Bang Bang song made by Varys. He's an amazing guy. I got to meet him at the casino one night. He wrote the Bang Bang song. And I was there the one day that I did go to court during trial number 1. It's the only time I ever went to court. I remember I was sitting there when Alan Jackson was played the Bang Bang song by Kelly Reed for the first time. And he loved it. He loved it because it has Alan Jackson's voice in it. There's a version that has my voice in it too, somewhere that I have. And they did get my permission to use my voice, Varys did, and I love it. I got to find the Bang Bang song. I got to find it. I don't have it on this system. I got a new system. I think it's on my old system, but wait, I might be able to find it in my email. All right. So is it on YouTube, Allie? We all love Kelly Reed. Okay. Kelly Reed. I don't know who this is with the sign, but I love it. Double Jeopardy is not a game show. I mean, I got to take off the captions in order to get a good screenshot of that for those of you who care. My voice is on the Bang Bang Show. Yep. My voice is also in Howie Carr's intro. I say something about there's nothing to get your day going like a little Howie Carr and a cup of Joe or something like that. Here you go. No, it won't get me demonetized because I gave my permission for it. Hold on.
Because it was confirmed by another reporter today, Christina Rex spoke with a juror who did confirm that it was indeed a 12-0 acquittal in favor of not guilty, obviously, on the murder charge and on the leaving the scene of an accident charge causing bodily harm or death. So, yeah. Who made the Bang Bang song? This guy is awesome. This guy's really talented. Okay, Vegas cops support Karen Reed and Turtleboy. Love to see it. I did see that video with the Vegas cops. So, you know, you'd only have to post it once, Andrea Jan. So let's just post it once and we got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hey, Turtleboy, you know what I call Officer Good?
What?
Officer Bad.
Oh, roasted. There we go. All right.
He tried to gave me shit back in high school.
That's interesting. Wow. This is from July 2024, and there's a viewer in the crowd. They don't show his face, but he says, you know what I call Officer Good? Officer No Good. He gave me shit back in high school. Wow. Sergeant Sean Good trying to ruin people's lives since high school. Listen to this.
I appreciate that.
Hey, Turtleboy, you know what I call Officer Good?
What?
Officer Bad.
Oh, roasted. There we go. All right.
He tried to gave me shit back in high school.
Again, I'm going to try to get down there. Again, I'm trying to walk through. Just want to make sure it's safe to do so. Oh, God.
Emily saying that he was a school resource officer. Oh, we still don't know what's going on with Sean Good. He's been suspended with pay from Canton PD. Investigation ongoing, apparently. But Emily says he was a school resource officer. So if he was a school resource officer in high school and he gave this guy stuff in high school, oh, that's interesting.
They're playing the live show. All right.
I sent you a message of intimidation that I had.
Oh, did you? I haven't had a chance to read on my inbox.
Let me do it. It's in the message.
Okay, awesome. Okay, good.
I'm like, no, I know, but
Okay. So I'm gonna. Okay. We're good. How's it going? All right. Actually, no, I'm going this way. Gotta go to my car for a second. All right. So as you guys can see here, there's like 5 of them supporting cop killers. That's cute. Supporting cop killers. Am I within 50 yards of a courthouse? I am. All right, we're good. Okay. All right, so I'm walking down this way. I'm just documenting everything I'm doing because I have a right to be here. I have a right to walk up and down the street wherever I like. That's what I usually do during these protests is I walk up and down the street, you know, Sometimes you got to go down the street to get food. So again, she's like physically blocking my path to doing that. And I have an order on her. So she's not to come within X amount of yards of me. My phone's blurry. Is that right? I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know why it's like that. But again, I'm not starting shit. All right. Am I engaging? First of all, he blocked my path. Okay. And if these people want to have a debate with me, yeah, I will debate them. Sure. Whatever. Call that engaging. That's not engaging. Engaging means you start like swearing at them, starting shit with them. Nobody's doing it. Yeah, shouting over them. We're not going to do that. If they want to have a shouting match, that's not what I'm here to do. Okay. I am here to peacefully protest on behalf of justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed. That's what I'm here to do. Oh, we got more people in the lot. How you doing? Good, thanks. How are you? There's a good crowd there. All right. So give me 1 second. I just got to get some out of my car.
Petitioning activity. Because I love sarcasm. Petitioning activity. It's an alley.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, thank you, though. I appreciate it. All right.
It's an Ali Mata quote. I said they should make t-shirts. If you didn't watch the Defense Diaries breakdown on this motion, they were able to do it in 2 episodes. I'm already on episode 3 where there's no way we're getting done today. But Ali Mata kept saying throughout, what is that called? Petitioning activity, petitioning activity, petitioning activity.
All right, 1 sec. There it is. When you ask them questions about the ARCA guys, they just say she did it with no facts. I mean, exactly. There's no facts. It's like, what's up with the ARCA guys? I heard that the jurors think that the ARCA guys are like paid for the defense or something like that because they had no idea about the federal investigation. They had none. They had no idea that there was any federal investigation into this. Oh, this Jen Altman. Hey, Jen, how you doing? How are you? Good, thanks. See you out there. Hang on. Oh, shit. Jackson made it clear the defense didn't hire them. I mean, did he? Apparently that message didn't get through to them. I guess they just didn't believe him or something. I don't know. Because how else? The only way for anyone on that jury to think that she was possibly guilty of manslaughter is to think that he was hit by a car, in which case you believe that the ARCA experts are no bueno, that they were just not telling the truth. I mean, that's what you have to believe, that those 2 PhDs are somehow not telling the truth. So there's that. So again, we're now coming up here. I have to cross the street. I'm going to talk to this officer over here. This is the crosswalk. It's where you cross to be safe. So officer, I'm going to be coming up and down this street a lot, and I have a restraining order on her. So, I mean, I feel unsafe really just walking by here at all.
Well, you could cross there at that crosswalk and walk down and avoid the 50.
Or I have a right to walk whatever way I want to walk, though.
She has the right to be here.
No, not if I have an order on her.
She's here first.
It doesn't matter if she's here. It doesn't matter if she's here first.
You could cross there and avoid her.
It doesn't matter if I'm here first.
You can cross there and avoid.
I'm aware. Well, first of all, I just came from there, so I crossed that way. But it doesn't matter if she's here first. Does that matter?
Yes, she has the right to be here also. So
not if I'm here. Like this right now is a violation.
You want to get to your car, you can cross at that crosswalk. Walk in front of the.
I'm talking to the officer. Excuse me. I'm trying to talk to the officer.
He doesn't have to film him.
It doesn't matter.
You don't have to film him.
Sir, excuse me.
No, you can film it. It's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. So it doesn't matter who's here.
He had a restraining order against Kate Peter. Kate Peter was there. And he's trying to figure out what he's supposed to do. And Julie says, judge won't allow all these videos. I respectfully disagree with you, Sweet Pea, because these videos are in the plaintiff's complaint. They are footnotes. Everything that I am showing you is a footnote in the complaint. They are not timestamped in any way. And in my opinion, they should all come in. If this is their allegations and this is what they're saying is defamatory towards them, and these videos are actually cited in their complaint, they are fair game. This is civil court. And discovery is very, very wide and generous in civil court. And this is all part of their proof. They're asking us to look at it. I'm not just picking these out of thin air. I'm not just pulling up stuff from nowhere. And Fairhaven says she can see it all the way from Ireland. Wait for it. Kate Peter being protected by the trooper. Okay, here we go.
First, according to an order. You know that, right?
You could cross there and avoid her.
I just crossed. I came from here.
Yeah, but you're intentionally trying to walk near her.
What do you mean intentionally? This is the fastest way.
No, you could walk there. It's a square.
But first of all, I'm going to go down there. I'm going to get something to drink down there because I'm running low on water. And I'm going to come back this way.
Okay.
But like, she can't be here. I mean, this is an order. She can? You're sure of that? So when I was inside that courthouse and somebody with an order walked in on me, right? I had to leave even though I was there first, right?
She was here. You're trying to initiate contact with her.
I am. I'm not trying to initiate contact. I'm just walking towards the protest. But I'm just saying, if I want to walk by here, that's a problem.
You have every right to walk by here.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, just so we're clear, she's violating the order right now by being within 10 yards of me.
No.
And you're not telling her to leave.
No.
If I want to stand here, really? Okay. All right. Thank you. There we go.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Julie says, I think they should come in also. I just don't think the judge will on this motion. This is not a motion. This is not a motion. This is a lawsuit. This is a lawsuit. This is the complaint that they filed for defamation against Karen Reed and Turtleboy. So it's not a motion. I don't want anybody to get confused. This is the actual pleading. It's called a complaint that is filed to initiate a lawsuit. This is the lawsuit against them. All of this stuff is in there as evidence that they think supports their claims of defamation. And, I didn't mean to, it wasn't snapping. I didn't mean to, sometimes I get passionate and it sounds like I'm snapping. I'm not snapping. So yeah, sweetie, it's not a lawsuit. I mean, it's not a motion. This is a lawsuit. It's a brand spanking new lawsuit. And this is a lawsuit filed down the Cape in Barnstable County, despite the fact that 3 of the plaintiffs live in Norfolk County. And Brian Higgins is the only one who lives in Barnstable. It is a proper venue because one of the plaintiffs lives there. But why, if you feel that your town has been so divided and your town has been destroyed and pitting family against family by what Karen Reed and Aidan Carney did, why wouldn't you want to be in that exact same county? Because you don't. Because you don't. Because even your own county won't find in your favor, maybe, in my opinion. I found the Bang Bang song. We're going to watch the video right after this. Here we go.
Can I just ask you, sir, what's your name, please?
Bali 213.
What is it?
Bali 213.
How do you spell that?
C-A-W-L-U-I.
C-A-W-L-U-I? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So there you go. I mean, we'll see. Again, telling me you can walk this way. First of all, I'm coming from the parking lot. I had to get my wallet, right? That's what I went to my car to do, get my wallet, because I'm running low on water. I need another water, right? And again, you heard it right there. He goes, she was here first. If that's the official policy of the Dedham Police Department, she was here first, then why am I being charged with violating an order on February 26th when I was there first?
True.
You can go another way, he said. I can go whatever way I want to go. You're trying to seek route. No, I'm not. It's the fastest way from point A to point B. And I should feel safe walking around, okay? I should feel safe walking. Again, if that's their policy, that's their policy. How's it going? How are you? So again, she violated the order directly on camera, and we will be going, hey, Lauren, is that Lauren Murray? Yo! That video will help me. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if that's the policy of the Dedham Police Department, is that whoever's there first gets to stay. When it comes to an order, then that's the policy. So, again, but maybe we should go right. Let's go to the Dedham Police Department right now and find out. Let's go to the Dedham Police Department. Hey, Lauren, did you just walk by there? Did you just walk by her?
What happened? Yeah, I did.
Oh, and did she move when you walked by?
Nope. Nope, they made me cross the street.
He made you cross the street? Did you get it on film? So this is Lauren Murray. She also has an order on Crusty Panties. She's here to support justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. And the officer made her move. She made her move. So her movement is restricted. Lauren doesn't have any orders on her that restrict her movement. Krusty does. Are you going to the police? I'm just going to go to the police right now. So I'm going to go to the police right now and just ask them. We will confirm right now what is going to happen. So let's do this. Let's find out.
And he does. They want us to watch this, so we're watching it.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't make it more blatant there that they are protecting her. So he's a sergeant. He had stripes. So let's find somebody above him. Don't get arrested. What am I going to get arrested for? She just violated the order in front of me. She just did it. Will the Dedham police do their job? That's what I want to know. I am allowed to walk wherever I want to walk, period. Let's see what the Dedham police are doing. We're walking there right now, and we're going to
Cosgrove Velcro
follow me,
sneakers.
who I won't say the name of. I can't answer the phone right now.
Cosgrove's Velcro sneakers.
But I saw your text.
What is that noise? Kate's car trying to turn over. It's very funny. Keep me laughing. Keep me laughing. No, it sounds like there's construction going on there.
Message, and I know what you're saying. And there are certain people that have family in the Dedham Police Department. How's it going? Shoot.
So I'm a lawyer.
I'm live right now. Is the only thing.
Sorry.
Okay, I can mute it for 1 sec. Hold on.
That person said, I'm a lawyer. Yes, Kim, I've been shouting this too. Karen Reed and Aiden Turtleboy Carney need to subpoena Google for the 227 search per Michael Easter. Yes, he said that on Justice Serve TV with Linda Kenny Bodden and Michael Bryant. Now he's speaking to someone off camera right now. Cyborg says this is evidence of a conspiracy to block Turtle from doing what's allowed in society. Letteros by Bettero pointing out this proves that the McAlberts and their fans are protected. Patricia Dahl says, I think they're in for a rude awakening with who makes up the Barnstable County jury pool. That's interesting. Tell me more. Barnstable's down the Cape. RN2 Mom says it's bizarre that these are the clips that they attached. Yep. Little Cupcake says the lying liars who lie just repeat the false narratives to each other and spread it around till everyone.
All right, thank you.
Everyone in the echo chamber agrees. Turtle bad.
I know a lot of things shock me in this case. Okay, sorry. Am I still muted? Okay, so we're gonna go right now. We're gonna talk to the Dedham police. She's violation of the order. I can walk whatever direction I want to walk in. I was walking on, the guy goes, you could have gone on that crosswalk. Well, I don't want to go on that crosswalk. This crosswalk's more convenient for me because it's right here. And I don't need to explain why I want to use a certain crosswalk. She shouldn't even be down here. Like, why is she here? Like, she has two people here who have orders on her and she is down here. So we're going to file a report. And we're going to figure this out right now.
I mean, is this further showing that the people who are on the side of the McCabes and Alberts are protected? And so doesn't that give even more credence to what he is saying? Thank you, Scott McGinnis.
Hi.
It's called journalism.
Hi, how are you? I'm down at the protest there, and there's a woman who I have a restraining order on. Her name is Kate Peter, and she's standing there, and I walk across, she's standing with an officer, a sergeant, and I walk by, and I inform the sergeant that I have an order on her, and that she can't be there. And he told me that because she was there first, that I have to go another way around. And I want to confirm that's not how restraining orders work, correct?
What was the name of the person?
Her name is Catherine, Katherin.
Thank you for pointing this out, because now I am just realizing that you are correct, and this is why you guys were chatting about this. I didn't pick this up, you did. So I am trying to do too many things at once. Hang on a second. In the papers, he is making it very clear he is the one who has a restraining order against Kate Peter. But here's what their complaint says. For example, on July 22nd, 2024, Carney hosted a live show from outside the courtroom during a pretrial hearing. That is what we are watching right now. The video, which is set outside the courthouse, depicts Carney confronting a police officer who is directing Carney away from an individual whom the court had restrained Carney from contacting. No, that's not true. It was the reverse. The court had granted Carney an order against her. This is an outright misstatement of fact. And the video that they attach is supporting the falsity of that statement. It goes on to say Carney proceeded to harass the other supporters of the O'Keefe family outside the courthouse by saying they're just supporting cop killers, etc. That is an outright, I'm gonna change the color of this, because this is just a lie. No. Kate Peter had been restrained from contacting Aiden. And as we see in the video, which we're just going to continue to play out, he went over to the police department to say, I have an order against her. Why is she allowed to be here? And why am I being told that I got to cross the street somewhere outside of her?
You
got it
is
wrong.
Peter, Peter. There's another woman down there named Lauren Murray who will be coming shortly, who also has an order on her and was forced by this sergeant, I think Cowley is his name, I forget, to walk across another way to avoid her. Like, we don't have to avoid her, I believe. She has to, like, she needs to, when we come in, like, I don't even know why she's playing with fire being here. If two people who she knows would be here have restraining orders on here, why she'd come. But this officer is telling us, the sergeant is telling us that because she was there first, we have an obligation to go another way. Is that true?
As far as I know, it's, if they see you, they have to go.
What was that?
As far as I know, if they see you in the spot where they are, they have to.
Right, they have to leave, right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly. Let me flip her up, see what's going on.
EC Cape Cod says, I live on the Cape. We know the case.
Her birthday? Yeah.
We know the case. We don't live under a rock. Courthouse is a cluster of courts. Not good for a drive-by, but loads of room for a standout. Thanks, Green-eyed Southern girl.
I have an order on her, and Lauren Murray also has an order on her. Yet she is coming down here where she knows we will be. She is standing there. She's preventing me. If I want to walk towards the protesters where they're all standing, I have to take an alternative route to avoid her. That's not how orders work. Like, I have a right to walk wherever I want to walk. Okay. Guys, I'm going to go over on Facebook Live. I'm going to go over on Facebook.
All right. And that's that. But hold on.
All right, we're back.
Oops. Stop. What I want to show you next is the Bang Bang song, because we need a good refresher sometimes. And this is the Bang Bang song. This was posted by Turtleboy back in June 13th, 2024. This came out during the first trial. Thank you to Varys. Shout out to Varys. He's awesome. And here it is. Trigger warning for language, but this is amazing. Well done. Very creative. And let's give it a play.
I'll call this bang bang. Seriously? I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
Objection. Objection.
I will fuck you up. KO. Bang bang. I will fuck you up. You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang.
Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand. Please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Michael Proctor, Proctor.
You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Oh, I have the other version too that I'm in. I guess I didn't make the video cut, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll play the other version for you another time. Another time. See? People are like, thank you. I really needed to hear that today. That was all actual sound bites from the actual trial number 1 with Nancy Sinatra in the background. Crafted and produced by Varys. Thank you. I'm glad you guys liked it. For those of you who never heard it before, tell us how you feel about it. Okay, so moving on. To paragraph 93. On July 29th of 2024, Carney published part 382 of his Canton cover-up series. Footnote 41. In this post, Carney explained, I've been fighting for justice for John for the last 15 months. I sacrificed my freedom for that. But because the O'Keefe family, and that's in parens, notice, the O'Keefe family, so he didn't actually say that, can't get over their hatred for Karen Reed, and they have too much pride to admit they've been conned by John's killers, they want me to rot in prison. Carney also explained that the reason he faced witness intimidation charges was, quote, because I'm standing up for justice for John and because I have questioned the people who the evidence shows murdered John. We got to look at Footnote 40. Where are we? 41. It is entitled Canton Cover Up, Part 3A2. Paul O'Keefe threatens to take down award-winning journalist, punish small children, donate to Turtleboy Legal Fund, reveals perjured testimony in court. Turtleboy's Defense Fund is pinned in the chat. If you care to donate to a cause that you believe in, it is going to cost him another couple $100,000, in my opinion, to defend this one. It is 4:20 p.m. on the East Coast. Yesterday was 4:20. How many of you celebrated? Let me just flip to this right now and see how long it is, because this might be a good stopping point for today. We've been here for 4 hours. We've been here for about 4 hours. And I like everyone to get caught up before we move to the next section of this complaint. It took me 15 hours to go over the mega motion because we did all the hyperlinks same way. And, that's what we do. But because this has some conversations with Paul O'Keefe in it, I feel like we need to look at it. And because there's so many screenshots of the messages, it's not really that long of an article. So this is footnote 41. And we ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit, right? Thank you to the Haas defendants, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins, for bringing all of this back to our attention by filing this complaint. You asked for it, you got it. What was that a commercial for? You asked for it, you got it. Toyota? Was it Toyota? Back into the archives for July 29th, 2024. Canton Cover Up, Part 3A2. Paul O'Keefe threatens to take down award-winning journalist, punish small children, donate to Turtleboy Legal Defense Fund, reveals, it was Toyota. Okay, good, I was right. Reveals perjured testimony in court. There's a picture of Paul O'Keefe glaring. Turtleboy sitting right behind him. Turtleboy says, this is his article. On Saturday night, I went to Shipwrecked in Falmouth because it's the only place in Massachusetts where I know as a fact Jill Daniels can't touch me due to the fact that she's banned from the bar and restaurant after starting a fight a week prior with people who recognized her from the C.F. McCarthy's incident. All right, well, this is like we're getting deep into the lore of the NPCs, and Jill Daniels is the sister of, help me out here, Julie Albert, the wife of Chris Albert. Is Jill Daniels the sister of Julie Albert? Wife of Chris Albert. I believe so. While I was there, I realized I had received a Facebook message the night prior from Paul O'Keefe that was still in my filtered messages. This is the lore. We're doing it. We're going deep into the archives for this stuff, you guys. Yes, I was right. Thank you. I try and keep it all straight, but it's hard. There's a lot of stuff. He sent the message at 1:05 a.m. and was likely drunk. Social media postings seem to indicate he was away for the weekend with the Sullivan sisters, who still haven't gotten over their brief interaction with Karen Reed 3 years ago in Aruba. And here's a post from Laura Sullivan at, I don't know how to pronounce this, Saquish Beach. I think you should do that, Emily. Emily needs to make an NPC graphic. NPCs are in video games. They're called, like, what does it stand for? Non-playable player characters, like background, like extras, right? There's a picture of Laura Sullivan's beach picture. I don't know who else is in this picture, but I did. I said it correctly. Thank you. I almost had to go back to the Matt Damon and Ben Affleck Jimmy Fallon video, but they wouldn't say that probably. Steakwish Beach. Is that Paul O'Keefe on the right with and one of the Sullivan sisters there? Oh, and is that guy Brendan who got his face into every single documentary that would have him? Non-playable character. What? Okay, non-playable character. Cool. Non-playable. I don't know what I said. Thanks, Jessica. Family Beach Day with 26 likes. Thank you, Nona3, for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome. Love you so much. Armed with liquid courage, Paul messaged me and told me that he was going to take me down and said that I was done and going to jail. He also told me that he hopes my kids are prepared and said he looked forward to them being without their father. When I asked him if he was drinking the next day, he responded by mentioning misspelled prescription medication. Oh man, Paul O'Keefe is reaching out via Facebook Messenger to Aiden Carney because you just can't make this up. July 27th, 2024, after Karen Reed's hung jury mistrial. That summer, Paul O'Keefe at 1:05 a.m. is messaging Aiden Turtleboy Carney and says, I'm taking you down. I hope you know that. You're done. You're going to jail again. Actually, prison this time. I hope your kids are prepared. I so look forward to that. It then says on the Facebook Messenger platform, you can now message and call each other and see info like active status and when you have read messages. So I guess Turtleboy accepted his message because of course he would. And Aiden says, drinking again, Paul? Exclamation point, question mark. And then misspelled. Paul O'Keefe says, Adderall, Aiden. And he, Aiden writes, he spelled it wrong, both words, because of course he does. Paul O'Keefe says, I don't do drugs and I'm not a douche, so I'm okay with that. Aiden says, if I had sent this same message to Paul O'Keefe, I would be back in jail so quickly on new witness intimidation charges. I was charged with basically the same thing when I called the McCabe's cop killers and asked Lizzie Proctor if there would be conjugal visits with her husband in jail. Telling people they are going to jail can cause emotional harm. And if you're a witness in any case, then it's a felony for another person to cause you emotional harm. I also believe that Paul was doing this because he knows that I'm a witness against his close friend, Catherine Peter, in 2 criminal cases, witness intimidation charges out of Leominster, violating a restraining order out of Stoughton, and that he wanted me to change my testimony or not testify in her case. Simply believing that another person is trying to cause you emotional harm for the purposes of getting you to alter your testimony is all that was needed for a grand jury to indict me on felony witness intimidation charges. The message from Paul was unexpected and shocking. I've been very critical of both him and his mother for their behavior inside and outside of court, as well as their continued close relationship with the people who murdered their son and brother. However, I have never wished ill upon Paul's children and never would. I don't know why incarceration is a game to these people, but it's actually a really serious thing. The fact that Paul O'Keefe said, I'm taking you down, seems to indicate that he would team up with someone to make sure I ended up in prison. The fact that he would be looking forward to children suffering as a result of their completely innocent father being incarcerated is demented. Paul told me he didn't do drugs, which makes him a better person than I am because I take prescription medication. However, Paul nearly did kill an elderly man while driving drunk in a 2020 Lakeville car crash, and it was Karen Reed who paid for his bail. Oh, how many of you did know that? How many of you knew that Paul O'Keefe nearly killed an elderly man in 2020 in a Lakeville car crash and that Karen Reed paid his bail? Larry, 77, said, I was today years old. Crunchy Frog did not know that. Be in Trouble did. Huh. A lot of people knew it. A lot of people knew. A lot of people have been following Turtleboy for a very, very, very long time. And here's a picture of the car crash involving Paul O'Keefe. Stu Buff's mom said it was up the street from me. Don't tell anybody where you live, girl. Let's go Buffs. There's a picture of the scene. Cars demolished. He told me he called his brother, not Karen Reed, which was true. However, it was Karen who paid for him to be bailed out. Paul then rubbed it in my face that I'm facing several felony charges. Keep in mind, the reason I'm facing all of these charges is because I'm standing up for justice for his brother and because I've questioned the people who the evidence shows murdered John. Again, the evidence shows murdered John. Back to Paul O'Keefe's messages. Aiden says, didn't you almost kill an elderly man while driving drunk? Who bailed you out anyway? Paul says, not true. And I called my brother. How many felony charges do you have again? Sounds like deflection. Aiden says, please just leave me and my family alone. July 27th at 9:04 p.m. Paul O'Keefe sends him a screenshot of those messages above. And then says, your ex-boyfriend. Your ex-BF, maybe? Best friend? I don't know what he means. Notice Paul sent me a screenshot of our conversation with the message, your ex-boyfriend. Clearly, he meant to send this message to someone else, likely a female. I asked him what he meant by that, which led to a series of emojis. Oh. What ex-girlfriend of his do you think Paul meant to send that to? I don't know. Spin the wheel. Wait, I need like the magic 8 ball. Where's the magic 8 ball? I have it somewhere here. It's in the prop basket. Maybe Lindsay? Oh, maybe that's right. He was communicating with Lindsay, right? Right. Okay. And then Aiden responds with a question mark after your ex-boyfriend. And then he sends a winking emoji, a laughing emoji. And then July 27th at 10:01 p.m., Aiden says, ex-boyfriend? And Paul O'Keefe sends the shruggy emoji. The shruggy emoji with the man with blonde hair, which he clearly does not have. Oh, but he's bald. That's right. And then Turtleboy says, WYD, what are you doing? And Paul says, great journalism, bro. Paul complimented my journalism, so I thanked him and reassured him we would hold the McAlberts responsible for what they did to John. He responded by making jokes about prison grape. Aiden says to Paul, thank you so much. We're going to hold the McAlberts responsible for what they did to your brother. And Paul O'Keefe said, do you think that your cellmate will be attracted to you? And then Aiden says, why would I have a cellmate? I haven't committed any crimes. Paul O'Keefe says, only 19. Aiden says, why are you suddenly messaging me, Paul? We spoke before on John's account and you blocked me. Paul says, just reminding you where you're going, pal. Aiden sends back a question mark. Paul says, like you don't already know. Paul claimed he never mentioned my kids, but must have forgotten about his late night Facebook bender. He suggested it was permissible to bring children into it because I was mean to his family. Aiden says, Paul, I don't appreciate, and these are all screenshots of the actual messenger messages, if you're not looking at your screen. Aiden says, Paul, I don't appreciate what you said about my children before. I'm just trying to do my job. I wish you nothing but the best. And Paul O'Keefe says, I never mentioned your kids ever. Nice try, though. Best of luck to you, bud. And then Aiden, as he does, sends a screenshot, receipt. Circled is the text message that Paul sent that says, you are going to jail again. Actually, prison this time. I hope your kids are prepared. I still look forward to that. Aiden says, sir, you mentioned them right there. That's really not necessary. Paul says, my apologies, Eden. You've been so good to my family. I should show you the same respect. Eden's article goes on to say, I have indeed been critical of the O'Keefe family, but only because of their behavior. I've been fighting for justice for John for the last 15 months. I sacrificed my freedom for that. But because they can't get over their hatred for Karen Reed and they have too much pride to admit that they've been conned by John's killers, they want me to rot in prison. Paul also yelled, F you, a-hole, at Nathan Reed unprovoked by walking into a hearing last September. Let's go to the video. It is it is in slow motion, and you can clearly read Paul O'Keefe's lips. So Aiden says that was directed at Nathan Reed, Karen Reed's brother. Now, they're still shot, I think, from the same day with Paul O'Keefe. Oh, and you can see now that Paul O'Keefe is turned toward Nathan, who is right here on the left of the photo. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Aiden is standing there recording, as always. And there's Paul turned to speak to Nathan Reed, who is right here. Then there were his stare downs at Karen in court and the never-ending crotch shots. The camera did, for some reason, focus on his crotch. There he is looking at Karen. Eventually, David Yannetti sat in between them so that she would feel more protected. And then the crotch shot in the next photo. And Karen. He's not just some innocent victim's brother. He routinely acts like a dink, and I'm allowed to criticize him for that. Paul told me his mother said hello, and I told him that I hope Josh Levy delivered justice for his family. The FBI thoroughly investigated Karen Reed and ruled her out as a suspect, so they know John was killed inside Brian Albert's house. But since he was being so friendly with me, I invited him to some free Karen Reed standouts, which he declined. Paul says, my mother says hello, by the way. Aiden says, I hope Josh Levy delivers justice for John. You're both in my prayers. Paul says, you as well, my friend. Aiden hearts that comment and says, thank you. Much love, bro. Paul O'Keefe says, glad we are friends again. Aiden sends back a heart eyes emoji. July 27th at 10:50 p.m. Aiden says, didn't know we ever stopped. What are your Labor Day plans? We're doing some standouts. Would be honored for you guys to join us for Justice for JJ. Paul O'Keefe says, I couldn't think of a better way to waste my time. Thank you for the heads up. Aiden sends a little tearful emoji back. He told me he had a change of heart from the night prior and wanted to hang out. Paul O'Keefe says, we should hang out soon. Aiden says, I'm confused what you mean by this. Taking me where? And then he attaches a little screenshot of when Paul said, I'm taking you down. I hope you know that. You're done. Paul O'Keefe says, I would love to spend time with you. Aiden hearts that comment. Aiden screenshots, we should hang out soon. Aiden said, or the reply to we should hang out soon. Aiden says, agreed. Paul says, I've had a change of heart. You seem very genuine. We could be best buds. Aiden hearts that and says, you being serious? Paul O'Keefe says, 100. Keep it a buck. Not that. I added keep it a buck. I was skeptical, but extended an offer to go on a double date, which he accepted. Aiden says, would you and Erin like to double date with Meredith and I? We'll drive. Paul O'Keefe says, perfect. Did we just become best friends? And then there's some weird blushing wide-eye emoji. Aiden sends back a meme from what looks like Step Brothers and says, yep. Paul says, exactly. Aiden says, so I'm a little confused by the mixed signals. We're boys now, but you said that you're going to take me down. Down where? And what should my children be prepared for? Or did we officially bury the hatchet? I told him that neither of us should drive because I'm on vacation and he, well, you know, and then attaches another picture of the car involved in the drunk driving accident involving Paul O'Keefe. And look at the damage to that car. I don't know if that's his car or the other car, but it is a picture of a vehicle that is demolished. The whole front end is demolished. And update, man arrested in Lakeville crash that sent man to hospital. Jody says, can someone please confirm that Paul O'Keefe is not listed on this lawsuit, correct? Nope, he's not. But the plaintiffs in this lawsuit that we are currently discussing, there are so many of them, I know it's hard to keep track, is Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert versus Karen Reed and Aiden Carney. So I told him that Grant Smith Ellis would drive us in Wendy Murphy's Porsche Cayenne and that we should ship in to tip him. He agreed and suggested granite links. Paul said, I believe I said I had a change of heart. My apologies if I came off aggressive. I will try to control that and be better. Aiden hearted that comment and said, so here's the deal. I can't drink and drive because of probation. You can't drink and drive because ... obvious reasons. Grant Smith Ellis has offered to chauffeur us on our double date. I think we should tip him at least $100. Meredith offered to cover but if you guys could chip in, that'd be great. Paul says, let's split it 50-50. Aiden says, great. I'll tell Grant. Where you guys want to go? Paul says, let's go to Granite Links. Great sunsets there. Aiden's words again. Now, I was a little concerned about Paul because he's not exactly a one-woman kind of guy. Just ask the woman from Randolph he was hooking up with, who he told he wasn't married, and then found out he was married when him and his wife testified in court. And then the Randolph woman got really upset about it and started informing officers of the court about it. I wanted to make it clear to Paul, in case he was getting any ideas, no swinging. This is almost as good as one of Emily C's diary entries. But this is real. This is real life. Aiden then says to Paul O'Keefe, that sounds great. However, cards on the table. I know we're boys and all, but we don't swing. What's yours is yours, and what's mine is mine. Capiche? Paul says, same here. That sounded weird to me, but I was going along with that because we were bonding. We are not swingers at all. Phew, Paul says with a phew emoji. Aiden sends back a laughy emoji and says, Paul says, do you golf at all? Aiden says, only when I'm tossing a few back. Paul says, I'll bring some high noons and make a day out of it. I'll give you 5 strokes total, $100 a man. Aiden hearts that comment. After that, he challenged me to golf and offered me a 5-stroke head start. I told him that I'd only do it if he agreed to donate to the Turtleboy or Karen Reed Legal Defense Fund if I won, and that if he won, I would buy $500 worth of charity pizzas from the D&E Salvation Army Pizza Shop. He agreed and said that he would choose my legal defense fund over Karen's if I won. Aiden says, Aiden's in blue, Paul is in white. Aiden says, let's make it interesting. If I win, you donate $500 to the Turtleboy or Karen Reed Legal Defense Fund, whichever one of us you like more. If you win, I will buy $500 worth of D&E charity pizzas to donate to the charity of your choice. Deal? Paul O'Keefe says, deal. See, we can do better than we have been doing, says Paul O'Keefe. Aiden hearts it. And then Paul says, we are both a-holes, but we have big hearts. And Aiden sends a laughing emoji. Paul says, I would donate to you, by the way. I think I like you more. Aiden says, my legal fees definitely went up as a result of the February 26th hearing. Did you really invite her? This is when they invited Lindsay to court and he had to leave. Not Aiden didn't invite her to court. I'm sorry. Kate Peter invited her to court and said, Paul O'Keefe really wants you to come. And so they brought Lindsay to court as a shield so that they knew that if Lindsay showed up in court and she had a restraining order against Aiden on February 26th, he would have to leave. And that's what happened. My legal fees definitely went up as a result of the 226 hearing. Did you really invite her? I thought we were bros. Bitches be crazy. This also was like 2 days after he got out of jail. Aiden says to Paul O'Keefe, did you really invite her? I thought we were bros. Bitches be crazy. Paul says, I didn't. This is a real conversation. This is not made up. This is not Emily C's diary of Paul O'Keefe. This is real. It was a messenger conversation through Facebook that Paul O'Keefe reached out to Aiden because Aiden had to accept his messages to be able to chat with him on Messenger. Back to the voice of Aiden. Yes, a sword, not a shield, says Olivia. One might even argue they brought her as a sword, not a shield, to weaponize against Aiden. But right, I think both arguments can be made, Olivia. Thank you. They brought her as a shield so that Aiden wouldn't have to leave, so they wouldn't be subjected to him, and also as a sword. Well done to us. Thank you. I am. My hat is a Colorado Avalanche. For those of you who participate in my favorite season of the year, which is hockey playoff season. All my merch is arriving. My Bruins hat should be arriving today. Because I told you, once my Rangers were out, I would root for the Bruins. I would root for the Bruins through playoff season. But also I'm rooting for the Avalanche. So, Colorado. You know me in Colorado. Okay, moving on. Bruins play tonight at 7:30. So we're going to be there. We're going to be totally done by then. Okay. Aiden's voice. However, I was still upset with Paul from the February 26th hearing in which he marched into the courthouse with the McAlberts and the fake victim just 3 days after I was released from jail. It was 3 days after, okay. And the fake charges against me were dropped. I was forced to leave that hearing despite being there first because she walked in waving her restraining order. He knew this would happen. Okay, we're here for the video. Come to your screen if you can. Okay, I see Peggy O'Keefe walking into the courtroom. I don't hear anybody yelling anything at her. Let me know if you do. Carl Dougal behind Peggy. Paul O'Keefe. And there was Lindsay Gattani walking in with them. Okay. This is the lore that we're here for. These are the footnotes that they're directing us to. Come to your screen if you can. Paul O'Keefe. I don't know who that is right next to him. I think that maybe that's Erin. And then you'll see Lindsay Gattani walking with them, following behind. That is Lindsay right there in the black pumps. And Mr. O'Keefe. Jennifer McCabe. That is Jennifer McCabe, right? Right there. Chris Albert. Maddie McCabe.
Yeah, buddy, you remember me? You do remember me.
And the rest of their family members or friends. Oh, wait, more video, but wait, there's more. Okay, here we go. Lindsay, Paul, Mr. O'Keefe, and McCabe. What? Jim McCabe had a big smile on. Chris Albert. We're going to watch this twice. Grant Smith Ellis. Grant Smith Ellis giving the middle finger salute to everyone.
Sociopath.
And he tripped up the stairs. In a twist that no one could have predicted, Grant Smith Ellis has seen the light and he has come over from the other side and has been very apologetic about the fact that he says that he has been duped. Okay, we're going to play this one more time. Tell me what you see. It says here, I had asked Paul after court if he thought it was funny to trivialize DV and disgrace his brother like that, and his lovely mother gave me the Canton salute. Oh, we're going to watch that video after, but here's the video of them walking up the steps and Grant Smith Ellis says, there's Lindsay in the black coat. Weird smiles on the faces of Chris Albert and Matt McCabe, right? I mean, look. Clown Town. Liars. Granted a full 180. Hello, my 18-wheeler friend. And Journeys of Peace is asking what we are all asking ourselves. How is any of this helpful to them? This is in proof of in support of their defamation claims. Going on to the next video of what he says is Peggy O'Keefe giving him the Canton salute. If you want to come and look at this, here you go.
Paul, do you have any shame at all pulling a song like that?
Hey, look what's up.
Do you think domestic violence is funny? Do you?
Orange looks better on you.
Do you think domestic violence is funny? Do you? Yes or no? Yes. You are a disgrace to your brother, dude. A disgrace. You are a disgrace. I'll say whatever I want. Oh, it showed up for the first time tonight.
Peggy O'Keefe clearly says to Aiden, "Where's Lindsay? Where's Lindsay?" Let this play through, and then we're going to play it again.
With you guys, she showed up with you guys. Disgusting. Disgusting, Paul. Disgusting. Disgusting.
I mean, that's the same day, right? That he had to leave the courtroom because of them. Okay, we're going to play this one more time. Come to your screen if you can. Orange will look good on you, somebody said. No, orange looks better on you, I think he says, right? Hold on.
Paul, do you have any shame at all pulling a song like that?
Hey, look what's up.
Do you think domestic violence is funny? Do you?
Orange looks better on you.
Do you think domestic violence is funny? Do you? Yes or no? Yes.
Orange looks better on you. And here's Paul mogging for the camera.
You are a disgrace to your brother, dude. A disgrace. You are a disgrace. I'll say whatever I want. Oh, it showed up for the first time tonight with you guys. She showed up with you guys. Disgusting. Disgusting, Paul. Disgusting. Disgusting.
I didn't see Peggy O'Keefe giving him the finger, but maybe I missed it. All right. Did you see it? That was John Jackson who says orange looks better on you. Thanks, Fairy Raven. Oh, here's the picture. It's a still shot. Here we go. And I mean, to me, it looks like Peggy O'Keefe giving him the finger. You let me know what you think. That's a still shot. According to the fake victim, she testified under oath that she was invited to court on that day by Paul O'Keefe himself, despite not knowing him at all. Oh, and this is from his trial. It's 26 seconds. Okay, we can do that. We have time for that. We watched this trial together. It was wild. Cosgrove Makazi G jumped out of the background and said, "Surprise."
Now, with respect to February 26th,
Bradle.
Who invited you to go to the Karen Reed hearing?
The family of this deceased officer, John O'Keefe.
The whole family, or was it a specific person?
Specific person.
Who?
Paul O'Keefe.
Paul O'Keefe. How do you know Paul O'Keefe?
I have met many of the witnesses in the case against Mr. Carney. We have.
And so there it is. Wandering Chill says, 1 hour behind the live, but I rarely chat and don't do Twitter, but I followed Karen's case from the beginning. I found out about it from Nurse Kim's TikTok lives. When Nurse Kim went to YouTube, I found you and I'm so grateful. Thank you for being you. Thank you so much. Chat away. It is a very welcome snark tank here. Thank you so much for your 20. I appreciate you so. Beth Ellen said he had to leave when Lindsay showed up in court. That's correct. Thanks for being here for 11 months. Johnny said, "Hoss long till these lawyers figure out Jen McCabe is full of lies." Thanks, Johnny, for your 5. Robin says, "I love with all my heart. I'm always here, even on replay. But us professional members can actually do the timeline of John O'Keefe's untimely. If you know, you know." Nicole says, "I just started a foot bath and then Bang Bang came on. Best day off ever. Oh, well, we're happy to contribute. Bridget gifted 5 memberships. She's awesome. She's a kind and generous supporter of the channel. Always, Bridget, we love you so. Nona did 3, gifted 5 memberships. She too is a kind and generous contributor to the channel. Thank you so much, Nona did 3. GC Carl says, thank you so much for your in-depth coverage of this complaint. Nobody does it better. We love and appreciate you. Lots of nice emojis. Thanks for tuning in from Down Under. And also for your super chat. Cupcakes for Justice says, you're so awesome doing this for us. Listen, there ain't no place I'd rather be than with you guys getting into the weeds on this, because this is what they want us to do. Thank you for being here with me, for being interested in it. Share it with your friends who don't know a lot about the lore of what went on behind the scenes before Karen Read's first trial, in between both trials, and after Karen Read's second trial. Thank you, Georgia Cat Mom, for gifting a membership. Ms. Bouquet says, good night, chat. We loved hanging out with you today. We're going upstairs to watch the rest of the stream on the PlayStation 5. Phones aren't allowed upstairs. Silly rule I introduced. Thank you, Melanie. No, that's a good rule. It's a good rule, Ms. Bouquet. Good night. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. And Elf says, Melanie, you're amazing for doing this. You're amazing for being with me for 27 months and putting up with my rants. Bewildered in Texas says, who do you think wrote this? I can't believe that it was written by a so-called high-powered law firm. Oh, you mean the complaint? Great question. I have no inside knowledge. Charissa says, Charissa's here and she gifted 5 memberships because she too is so amazing. And Moon Eternal became a new member. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Let's see if we can finish with this footnote article. When I asked Paul why he invited her, he made it very clear he didn't. When I showed him the court audio, he said it was a miscommunication. Paul said I didn't. Then he showed him the audio, the video that we just saw. Aiden says, yikes. Paul says there was a miscommunication there, I believe. Aiden sends back a wow emoji face and says, this changes everything. She said you invited her, which is why I had a problem with you. Now that you've confirmed that she lied under oath, we can be bros. Paul says, I think it was more of a miscommunication. She didn't lie, bud. Aiden says, so you did invite her? Because she testified under oath that you did. Paul said, she thought I did. I thought you were over this and her. Aiden says, why did she think that? Paul says, not sure, to be honest with you. I was happy to have any and all support we could get then. Aiden says, thanks for clarifying you didn't do that. Double date back on. Meredith's much hotter. Think we can both agree. Paul says, thanks for attacking me outside of court that day too. Back to Aiden's voice. Not sure what the communication was. She made it clear Paul invited her. He made it clear he didn't invite her. Either he did or he didn't. Sounds like Paul's trying to save someone from a perjury charge. The biggest problem I had with Paul was over the February 26th stunt, because it was designed to send me back to prison and he appeared to be part of the plot. However, if it was Jennifer McCabe's idea and Paul just got taken along for the ride, then I apologize for accusing him of that outside of court. I was just going on the sworn testimony I heard in court. More than anything, I wanted to make it clear to Paul that I am not his enemy. I want justice for John O'Keefe. I don't just think Karen Read is innocent. I know she is. I may get a little carried away sometimes, but it all comes from a place of love and a desire for justice. And there it is. In his own words, if you're going to try and twist his own words against him, there it is in his own words that he knows that she is innocent. Aiden says, I wasn't trying to attack you. Being around my abuser who was trying to get me set up, who was trying to set me up to go back to jail, was traumatizing. If you honestly had nothing to do with that stunt, I apologize. Paul says, apology accepted. Are you going to apologize for attacking me and saying I'm a disgrace to my brother, who was also my best friend? Aiden says, yes, I do. I know that you love John. Please understand that as hard as this is to understand, we all want justice for John. We just truly believe that Karen is not the one who killed him. I'm very passionate about what I do, and not all my supporters agree with my tactics. Meredith is always telling me to be nicer to you. I think we both ultimately want the same thing, justice. If you honestly had nothing to do with that stunt, I apologize. Paul says apology accepted. Are you going to apologize for attacking me and saying I'm a disgrace to my brother, who is also my best friend? Wait, here we go. We both ultimately want the same thing, justice. Paul says, I will respectfully disagree with you. Karen did do this. I understand your position and appreciate your passion. I wish you were on my side, though. Oh, whoa. I wish you were on my side, though. Paul said that. Wait. So do you think? Oh, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert would all be very supportive of Turtleboy if he was on their side. Oh, that's telling, isn't it? I understand your position and I appreciate your passion. I wish you were on my side, though. Paul O'Keefe said that. Back to Aiden's words. I said this to Paul because I wanted to make it clear to him that I passionately believe in everything I say. Karen Reed couldn't buy me, even if she was the richest woman in the world. I'm not doing this because I've been brainwashed or paid off by her defense team. I'm doing this because I know that John was killed by the McAlberts, and I desperately seek justice for him. Karen Reed is just the person they framed for it. Anyway, I'm glad that Paul and I had this conversation. I know that he will never believe Karen is innocent because he's not man enough to confront what actually happened. He has way too much pride and is consumed by hatred for Karen. The last thing he said to me was, I wish you were on my side. Because all of these people, like Turtleboy, prior to my coverage of this story, and all of them hoped I would take the position that she was guilty. They don't really hate me. They hate her. They just know that I'm the most effective journalist covering this case. And they're upset that I've used my platform to expose the truth instead of helping them cover up a murder. Dun, dun, dun. I think I started you asking this earlier, so I'll address it now. Just my opinion for you says, in civil, can the defendant's request for dismissal based on lack of evidence? All these footnotes seem to support Karen Reed and Turtleboy. Well, they can make a motion to dismiss based on Massachusetts anti-SLAPP legislation, based on failure to state a cause of action. But what I think is going to happen first is that there will be a motion to stay this civil action until after the resolution of Turtleboy's criminal case. Do you remember that the same thing was done in Karen Reed's case? She was sued by the O'Keefes, and she made a motion to stay in court that the case should be frozen and nothing could happen until after her criminal case was concluded. And that motion was granted by the judge in Plymouth County. Al Dente says, Karen, Turtleboy has restraining order against Kay Peter. Is it illegal for her to solicit the wiretapping recordings to other law tubers, asking them to post them? Thanks, Mel. I don't have a copy of the restraining order, and so I can't opine on that. Illegal is one thing. Being in violation of a restraining order would be another thing. I don't know what exactly the facts of what you're asking me are, Al Dente, but thank you for your 5 and for tuning in from Canada. Tons and tons of notifications. Just give me a moment if you would. I would appreciate that very much. Okay. Do you guys know that Costco delivers to your house same day if you're a Costco member for free? Check it out. I did it today. And I'm very, very happy that I never, ever, 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 ever have to go to Costco in person again. So excited. Thank you, Nancy, for your very generous 50. Says, you rock, Melanie. I love you with all my heart. Very sweet. Thank you so much for your Venmo, Nancy. You're the greatest, baby. You're the greatest. All right. We have been here for 4 hours and 48 minutes. I want to get your thoughts, questions, comments, and concerns before we come back tomorrow. Same time, same channel. We're going to come back tomorrow at noon to cover this again. Emily Baker is away all week and she's not streaming at noon. So I thought, why don't I come keep you company at noon? this week. Sure, I'll step in. I'll step in as the understudy this week, not to compare myself in any way, shape, or form to Emily Baker. But if you guys need something to do at noon, and you're usually watching Emily Baker at noon, Emily D. Baker, to be exact, I am happy to. Let me entertain you. Lady Laura's like, what? I didn't know that about Costco. I will definitely look into that. Yes, I did it today. Everything is on my porch as we speak. All right, let us see. We are only up to. You guys miss the old green screen of Aiden's with the 34 Fairview house? We're only up to footnote number 41, page 27. This is a 50-page lawsuit, but I hope you think that I'm doing it the right way, because if they want us to see these footnotes, I am not pulling this stuff up on my own. I am actually, this is all contained within the lawsuit filed by the plaintiffs in this case. Smash the like button. A Sunflower Day says, Melanie, would it not help his criminal case if he was to get Google records on 227 search? Yes. So making civil stop for now would not enable them to get those records, or am I mistaken? Well, because Karen Reed's criminal case is over, discovery could continue with Karen Reed and against Karen Reed. But if they get the stay for Aiden, they couldn't do any discovery against Aiden or with Aiden, and they could stay the case. Okay. Are you happy, or do you enjoy going through this way? If you prefer a shorter version of analysis on this complaint, and I suggest you do this anyway, go watch Defense Diaries, go watch Lawyer You Know, go watch Brother Counsel. Who else did it? I don't want to forget anyone, any law tuber. So if anybody else did it, let me know. Olivia Nile was telling me that Tony Federico is the president of pro-police nonprofit criticized for using Mike Chez's name to raise money, paying for votes to win free motorcycle, and lack of financial transparency. Thank you very much. I did not know that at all. Thank you, Donna, for buying me 3 matcha lattes. Says, thanks, Melanie, for covering this. You're my go-to always, watching from Ireland. Thank you, Donna. I don't know what these jewels are. Like, I hit that gift button by accident when I went on break earlier. And Runkle, go watch Runkle. I don't know what this is, this gift thing where you could send jewels. I don't like it. I'm going to try and get rid of it. I don't know what that is. It sounds like it's for 12-year-olds, and we're not 12. We are definitely not 12 here. So I don't want it. If you are blocked in the chat for some reason, you need to send me the link to your channel. Your username doesn't do it. Your screen name doesn't do it. I need the link to your actual channel so that I can look into it and unblock you. That's the only way that it can be done. Just so you know. And so there's that. All right. All right, hang on a second. Varys sent me an email and he says he sent me it again, the version with me in it, which I guess we can play out with that, right? Hang on. He said his band Area 508 just released their new album a few weeks back, and the lead song is called All Rise. He wrote the lyrics about basically the whole saga of the 2 trials and all the ongoings in Norfolk County. So I'm going to show you a video for that. Hold on. Wait, stop. Wait. Something's playing in my headphones that I didn't put there. Okay. I'd like you all to go listen to it because Varys is the man. Okay. I'm going to show it to you so you can go and you'll know where to go to find it. Here it is. This is his band. They have a new album out. Here it is. The channel is called Area 508 Band Official. Go there. They only have it only has 315 views. Okay. We need to get more views for Varys on there. Okay. Go over there and tell them I sent you. This is what it looks like. Area 508, All Rise. Written specifically for the Karen Read trials. Any more thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap to come back tomorrow? Christina's like, I know you, I'm sure you get tired of talking, but I won't stop you if you want to keep going. I'm just exhausted. I appreciate that though. And I want, if you could all please hit the like button, that would be super, super appreciated, and share the stream out and do all the things that YouTube likes. Let me just see if I can find the other version that he sent me of the Bang Bang song, and we will have that play us out. Okay, wait. Oh, please. It is so weird. YouTube, I mean, not YouTube, but StreamYard is so weird that oftentimes it won't share the audio. So I need to just make sure that you can hear the audio on this. Okay. Hold, please. Here we go.
I'll call this Bang Bang.
Can you hear it?
Seriously? Do it. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up.
This is the one that I'm in. I'm in this one.
Objection. Objection.
Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. KO. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. You're a bitch, bro. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang, the bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang, the bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang, the bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang, the bang bang.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the call multi-call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand. State your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Michael Proctor, Proctor.
Screw you! You're fired!
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang, do it, do it, do it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang, do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
The bang bang, the bang bang. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Bang bang, do it, do it, do it. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. KO. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
I am outraged.
We ain't got no
That was me.
quit.
Did you hear it?
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
Hold on, that was me. I want to just rewind it a little tiny bit so you can hear me again. See if you can hear my voice there. Here we go.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Do it.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Hold on. KO.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
I am outraged.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Do it.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Do it.
I don't know. You tell me, but it seems to me, if you heard me, Mickey Varys, seems to me that this lawsuit may have sparked the outrage again. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Patricia, thank you for your Venmo. Says thanks for your long form drive. Your long form dive. Truth requires calm attention and patience. Thank you so much. If you were not here earlier today at noon when we first started this stream, we started off with a proverb. I'm going to read it to you again. And I want you all to take this to heart. Thank you to Little Cupcake for sending this to me. This is the proverb, and it is entitled Care in Choosing Friends. Do not invite everyone into your home, for many are the tricks of the crafty. Like a decoy partridge in a cage, so is the mind of the proud. And like spies, they observe your weakness. For they lie in wait, turning good into evil, and to worthy actions they attach blame. From a spark, many coals are kindled, and a sinner lies in wait to shed blood. Beware of scoundrels, for they devise evil, and they may ruin your reputation forever. Receive strangers into your home, and they will stir up trouble for you, and will make you a stranger to your own family. There is more to it, but I didn't get to, it's cut off, so I can't read the rest of it to you. There you go. They are reminding you, as Jen P says, they're reminding us of why we were so outraged. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, my friends. Do not believe everything you read on the internet. I know you can do it. I know you can. I love you so much. I love you with all my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. Where's Tiny Jesus? Here he is. He's right here. Praise be. Under his eye. I'll see you tomorrow at noon. Good night, everyone. Peace. Thank you to the moderators. I could never do this without you. Love you guys so much.